Zowie stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From soul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next-level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted afterimages caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Something big is coming.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay? Okay?
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
All ready? That was fast. Name tag, please. $30 damage. That's it.
Yeah.
Number 12, state your cause of death, briefly.
At risk, I wasn't the first one out. Coach can't limit for that.
Seriously? Why is everyone dying so fast? All right, let's hear it.
Hey man, how'd you go out? I don't recognize you. Rookie?
I got too hyped up and rotated early.
Keeping on the move and finding a safe path into the next circle. Isn't that a good thing?
I pushed up too fast, ended up completely alone.
And of course, the enemy squad rolled up on you, right?
We won't
Give me the gun.
Hold on. I don't recognize ya. Where are you from?
I am ranked pretty high on leaderboard. But this is my first time in esports.
That explains the look on your face. Everybody starts somewhere, boy. Just watch and learn. So, sir, how do you die? You went on even faster than I did.
It cannot be much fun to get eliminated this early. These folks need some help.
Let's roll the footage.
Our movement felt fine during the game, but no, it wasn't good play. We just kept rotating around non-stop. All we really did was broadcast our position to everybody on the map.
At that point, that's no strategy. That's a field trip.
Cause of death. Chronic over-rotation.
I died fighting over a compound.
Fighting over the compound?
Yeah, I called dibs on the spot. But the other team settled the argument with better aim.
A tournament isn't a first come, first serve seating, man.
Cause of death. Disputed reservation.
Please tell me this is just the first tournament jitters.
Oh no, are you about to show my death clip? Not again. I mean, the whole game just changed. We've got to rethink a few things.
We have to play more tactically, more organic, less panic.
Yeah, survival is key. Let's reset for the next one. Come on, let's go.
All right. We take the lesson and we move on.
And the tournament goes on. It always does. This is a new chapter for PUBG Esports, and we're just getting started. Get out there and survive. PUBG Esports.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From soul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Ninth anniversary celebrations. Some updates to TDM and IBR. And a chicken man? Well, all this and more as we dive into the update 40.2 patch report. First up, we're kicking off celebrations for our 9th anniversary. We've decorated up the maps and starting islands with interactive anniversary statues and a festive drone show while in the plane. On Rondo, you'll find a special 9th anniversary prize wheel, which you can spin for a chance at some gear to help your match. Just be sure to spin at your own risk. Players also have the chance to happen across a unique character on Rondo. If you hear an audible, take a look around. The herald of the chicken dinner himself, Chicken Man, is nearby and will drop some items. Or the special 9th anniversary gift egg when defeated. The egg can be cracked open to immediately reveal a piece of high-level gear. He might even drop his chicken suits, so you can lure unsuspecting survivors into a trap, or just take home the chicken dinner in a chicken suit. There's plenty more anniversary stuff, so check out the patch notes to see more. Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting a few changes as well. For TDM, map probabilities have been adjusted. For IBR, we've added new weapon supply boxes for shotguns, a rare supply box containing level 2 armor, and added 8x scopes to the DMR SR random weapon boxes, with a 6x also being added to your inventory. We've also added Sub-Zero items as options to UGC Alpha, and opened up more options for naming and tagging your UGC creation. There's more of everything to go over, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 40.2 is here, so try some new loadouts in arcade mode. Chase down that chicken man, and celebrate the things that make PUBG truly special. All of you. Happy 9th anniversary. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From soul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
You heard what I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. Bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. Fleet, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this stone, my home ain't never auction. One of them breaking necks, make him get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate. The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the cradle to the grave. You wanna see me in the shining flash? You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell a dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile lane, got a pretty face.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 구며발치 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 dummy no 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 니들 티타미 판이 so boring 내가 할 말은 peace out
Locked and loaded like my gun, you told it. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all day with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamond spoon stir up to pot, pretty face don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way, they'll never walk
Got
on.
a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef, get cooked like ramen. I just met gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
when everyone strive to reach the peak. Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Live from Seoul, South Korea, as all of these players descend onto the battlegrounds once again, and this time it's not a best of 5, best of 15 will determine who becomes our circuit finals champions.
And oh my goodness, Baron! Do a kickflip, manages to get it, lands it perfect. Brother. Long as coming out of the trenches is going to be Supers, making a bold choice, stepping in. Rex finds another and now runs to the external section. He knows where he's at, hiding behind the shield, gets the shots. Great plays from Super.
It's time to get into our game number 2. So far, DM Supers looks great on Korean soil. Will they continue?
Now the advantage though for me goes back towards that kind of Petrichor road. And he finds the first one. He spins, but he doesn't get the second. It goes down to a 2 versus 2, the high ground versus the low ground. But it doesn't matter. Petrichor roads charging their way up. And now they're put it to a 2 versus 1. It's an easy win though. Petrichor won despite our player down. 16 kills here, James, at 26 points.
And now game number 3 looms on the horizon.
That compound, along with Lou, maybe. Oh my God! No way he hits that. Or Kurt, as soon as he's got 3 crazy raccoons staring down the battle rail at him, they'll shoot the car, he'll go down, and Team Liquid will at least secure second place here. We'll see if Kurt can get anything else off of it. Oh, yeah, no, that crossfire is not too good. That's going to be its own problem. He is going to go down in Crazy Raccoon, 14 kills.
Let's get it going. Game number 4. Jeez, today is breezing on by as we move on, and it's ready to rondo.
They're going to use it. Oh, deny! Oh, it's a destruction derby from Navi. He said, hell no, you're not running over my boy.
Wait, that might have been the most insane save I've seen in ages here. P1 should be able to get the reses off and should be able to finish off. I cannot overextend, though, the fact that Tian has done major work in this game. He has been a revelation for 17 Gaming.
He's still got the BRDM. I think they've just said goodbye to it. Yes, they have. They put the final blow. He had the opportunity to try and move. They're going to have to try and get their reses back in. But Tian, though, unstoppable. And he's still going here, James.
Oh, he was looking for the flush, but it's not going to be enough. T1 manages to round out this game, as they should have.
Well, we are getting into our final game of the day, and if our first game on Aaron Goal is any indicator of what we're going to expect here, then it should be pretty action-packed. Oh no, what do we got going on here? Crazy Raccoon and Anyone's Legend doing a little jousting in the streets. He's gonna hit him with the... Oh, he got him with the thrown crowbar. He's insane. Baited. Lou getting close enough for the nades, feeling like this might be a bounce, but this is going to be a desperation bounce. Gets close, does get the knock on the Susie. Never count out Twisted. The smoke trying to find somebody. Good spray from Example. Finds December 12th, and now Nons, the last player left alive for JDG. There's no way that Twisted Minds can actually pull this off. They are fighting a tooth and nail into this one right now. Nons, they know where he is. The smokes are dissipating. Blue zone back behind. Tries to shift forward, but Nons gets a knock on a 1. Follow-up comes out, though. It's gonna be enough. Twisted with 10 kills takes the victory.
EMEA.
So Twisted climbs, and now 1 point back behind T1.
Still 10 games remaining as we get this all under wrap. But we'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Act 2 of the circuit final here as we have ourselves Act 1 dominated by China and South Korea. But who will be able to step up in the second after the intermission to see who's been able to get all the popcorn on board, who's been able to get all the drinks? They call me Colaris. I'm the green man today, the green screen nightmare, the Riddler. We've got Mark Power, we got Porosaurus, we got Matchrim to get things a-rolling for day number 2. Because yesterday was awesome, Poro. We saw some great games wall to wall.
We did indeed, and at the end of the day, it was 17 in Petrichor, wasn't it? As China is once again, as things began here in PGS 1, so it is looked at the end. But will it stay that way? Still 10 games left to play.
Matchrim also joining me on the green line here for everything that's going to be going on. How are you feeling for today's games and the teams?
Dude, I'm excited. When the follow-up, when we're looking at what's going on with Crazy Raccoon, they're always really fun to watch. T1 actually finding some life. And Twisted, is this the start of the Twisted return? The momentum starting to mount?
It's a good question. And of course, Dr. Evil, my arch nemesis himself in Mark Power. I didn't expect him returning up with the turtleneck, but here we are.
Oh, you told me to dress up. So I did it. This was it. Not dressed up without a jacket was the remit you told me. So
True enough. Are you excited for today's game, seeing if West can come back a little bit?
Yeah, look, it is the midway point, right? They've got to try and do something today. We saw one game from Twisted Mind was key. Should they have won that game? God, there's a big argument in there. They should have been denied the opportunity to close it out, but they did. But given Twisted Minds a potential opportunity, they will clutch it with both hands.
Yeah, what a jump up for them, of course. They are oftentimes, Poro, the West team we're always talking about, to the point where it does feel like we've not talked about them as much in PGS 1, 2, and now 3, even though in 2 that they did give that step up going. Of course, Molodoc on as that sub here for Twisted Minds, and 35 points is nothing to sniff at, but you're still 20 points behind the front runner, which is quite a sizable chunk here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, obviously there's a lot of expectations placed upon Twisted Minds. There's a lot of expectations placed upon these boys too, in Virtus Pro. But, as you said, it's a way bigger deal that Twisted is coming in here with Molodoth as that sub. So, the fact that they've been able to do what they've been able to do throughout this tournament so far, making every grand final, doing pretty decent in most of the grand finals as well. Like, that's pretty impressive nonetheless. And still, like, one game put them right back into top 5 after what was pretty forgettable for the rest of the time there yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. And we're looking across 2 of the other Western teams that have been able to get themselves into their first final effectively here, Matchrim, for this one. And it's the big one, the circuit final. Team Liquid and Virtus Pro, who have had almost exactly the same results here in this final so far. But do you think eventually maybe there's a bump up for them? What do you think?
I mean, it feels like both these squads have the opportunities. It's just a matter of figuring out exactly what's going on in some of these firefights. We know high-end capabilities on VP as well as Team Liquid to really find a lot of capabilities and get some kills. It's just, it hasn't been as common, and I would say in the past year for Team Liquid and VP. It's just waiting. I feel like it's bound to happen sooner or later. It's just, where is it looming on the horizon?
It's 2 placement points is their problem, right?
Yeah, something has not lined up for them, not to where it needs to be. What did line up though in PGS 2, of course, Mark, was Na'Vi, who in yesterday's games once again, I feel like they find themselves in the early stages of these finals in a middling position, but then maybe there's a rally back. Maybe that's going to be coming, because of course that did happen in PGS 2, and here are their numbers compared to Team Liquid.
Yeah, when we looked at the graph yesterday of them versus Petrichor, it's so key that their consistency is not there, but they can drive back. Yesterday, the highest they were getting was kind of 4th, but they were getting into top space. It's not bad, but it's not great. They just got caught out, I think, a lot of the time, that sort of rotation pathing. As they tried to work their way in towards zone, it was a toss-up between trying to get some kills or actually, do you know what, we need to get placement, and it's not just the placements that end up kind of getting over the line, especially if they want to try and get first to drive the leaderboard.
Interesting comparison.
0% headshot with 1,000 damage?
Yeah.
What?
So this is surprising, because actually I feel like these numbers for Hekatori are uncharacteristically low as a whole, Matchrim, considering what we normally see from good old Hekatori.
Yeah, like, this is... I don't know. It feels like we could see this happen in, like, maybe a game from Hekatori. I don't know really what's going on with this one. Yeah, something's wrong. We got to get these numbers, figure it out. This is like more anyone's Legends number.
Oof,
oh wow!
Dude, I would argue that something's right here for Hackatori. If Navi is having the success that they're having so far, and they have Hackatori as the third best player on their team, like this is what we've been asking for Navi for the longest time, right? Get him somebody to provide him some support, like to where he doesn't have to be the one doing the heavy lifting. And Boostic had a fantastic performance yesterday. Ferrist had a great game as well. So Hackatori is going to get his eventually, but the fact that the other boys are stepping up as well, that bodes well for Navi.
Yeah, it will. You're totally on the money, because if those boys are able to then get into the late game with all their components alive, I would stack them up against anyone, and
Absolutely.
they are going to be able to blast it. But here's the leaderboard overall right now. China very firmly in control, not only 17 Gaming at 55, but Petrichor at 51 as well. Bear in mind, going into the Circuit 3 final here for this, there is no advance points, so this is all base points that they were able to earn through yesterday. And so far as well, so good for the 5 teams that win a game. $1,000 per chicken dinner. Nothing to sniff at here, Matrim. I'll take that.
I mean, $1,000 stacks up, and it's a good way to celebrate with your teammates, right? That's one of the things that a lot of the teams are doing. You get the $1,000 after your victory, then you can go and like have yourself a nice dinner. Everybody gets to hang out a bit more. Kind of, it gels everybody a bit. So we've been seeing actually a lot of lean into the chicken dinners and trying to get that 1,000 just for morale alone.
And change the game, of course. Losing Tiantian 217 Gaming was an extreme blow, it feels, especially with Tiantian looking down the barrel of the MVP spot for the circuit final so far, Mark. I think, again, he's been fantastic for this team. There's 2 members of this team that have already won 2 PGSs. If they can actually get another win on the board, and for Tiantian and Wembua, they're first, that would be phenomenal.
If you look at Tiantian, though, he's delivered 20 kills yesterday. That's half of the team. It's insane. If you can take that guy out, you can maybe take apart 17 game. And obviously, I think that talks into this kind of next graphic here, James, is that actually there's a reason why they keep appearing in that kind of top spot. It's because he's back in the kills.
Yes, definitely. There's a little bit of fluctuation between the spots here for 17 Gaming, but they've always been towards the top, knocking Petrichor Road off just at the final moments of the day yesterday. And again, it's really kind of dominated by those Chinese and Korean flags here. But again, only 5 games, Borok. That's a small sample size. We have seen rally backs in the past, even through the last couple of weeks here. But they are looking strong at the top. If 17 can continue this on, a 3rd PGS would not be a surprise.
No, for sure. And the only issue that I have is that it seems like for the Chinese teams in particular, like they're having these big blow up days where they, perform insanely, and then they're not able to follow it up the next day now. Of course, before this was, going from like a group stage to a winner stage to a survival stage or whatever. But now with 3 days in a row of 5-game sets, like, they can't really afford a letdown just yet, because the rest of the lobby is not that far behind them. So they still have a lot of work left to do here.
I will say, if Petrichor Road ends up even just on podium again, Mark, then I am terrified to see what they can do in the rest of the year, because in the past years, we came off the back of saying, when's Petrichor Road actually ever going to show up properly at internationals and not just in PCL? And then obviously they make this roster change. If they get back-to-back podiums in these PGSs, that's terrifying.
Yeah, especially for the rest of the lobby, and actually, to be fair, the rest of the world, because people need to look at actually what they're doing and how they're doing it. There's level of aggression. They're getting there. They find themselves somewhat in placement points, but it comes down to pure aggression. We saw that on that Miramar game. They pinned out that Team Liquid on that 2-2, and they overloaded, and that's kind of their story. They like to overload areas. They put bodies where they need them, and they actually come out on top. So I think teams need to look at this and go, actually, do you know what? Potentially take advantage that actually they're going to try and overload us. But if they do get a win, everyone has to look at their game style.
Yeah, hard to believe as well, Matrim, that this is a team that technically had Ike's left, who was kind of a phenom for quite a while, and yet they come into this, and now they're performing better than ever before.
I mean, was Ike's left the problem? I don't know, but he's definitely like dropping presents and enjoying the vibes that's going on now. It's intriguing, because we know that Ike's left is, I would say, a morale booster just to be around. Anybody that interacts with him, you're always just going to have a better day, unless you're Shrimsy, of course, given the meme from a long time ago. But he always just has a good energy about him. So it's intriguing to see him kind of step back a bit more, let some of the newer faces kind of rise up and find successes. And if anything, it does feel like the squad is playing more regimented squad style instead of just putting everything onto the shoulders of Ixlip, which kind of felt like the strategy that was going on before.
You know, funnily, almost a tongue-in-cheek yes from Poro, but I sort of agree to a certain extent in that it felt like everything was crafted around him, and because of that, maybe that has like a bit of a hindrance on how things might go. Do you kind of agree with that, Poro, or what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I think whenever you're playing with a guy like that, like that's so historically good, your whole team kind of mimics their approach to the game, right? Like everything's built around that. Everything orbits around that. So, you know, you look at some of these Chinese squads whenever their big name, historically great players have finally left. You look 17 Show, Ixlip, Godvi, like all these guys, once they step to the side, it seems like the rest of the team has this renaissance. And now all of a sudden we're seeing guys like I-26V6 and 04MB coming out of absolutely nowhere and just showing out. And honestly, Ming Ming's playing crazy good now too.
Yes. He's back to what feels like that new happy Ming Ming for sure, way back when they were able to win that world championship. But anyway, it is time. Day number 2 here for PGS 3 circuit final. Let's get it rolling.
Navi, it's a complete fight for Navi. 16 kills to Hackathon. He has to take down multiple areas, getting multiple 1v1 between them. Navi takes it. There's no way.
Ми були в шокі спочатку, ми думали, що ми взагалі топ-2.
Так як ми виконали все, що хотіли в перші 2 тижні, ми без задніх думок готові вриватися в цей гранд-фінал.
Với em thì em hơi buồn một chút vì hơi đáng tiếc một chút là vì tụi em không vô địch được, nhưng mà em cũng vui vì đã được top 2. Tại vì tụi em vừa mới chen với nhau được có vài tháng thôi. BG3 bọn mình sẽ trở lại thật mạnh mẽ để đạt được mục tiêu cao nhất và mục tiêu cá nhân của mình, đó là chức vô địch.
Final haftamıza giriyoruz. O yüzden daha sıkı çalışıp antrenmanlarımıza devam edeceğiz. Finalde üst sıralarda bitirmeye çalışacağız.
I'm able to enjoy being nervous and play at my full potential. I think it's the best. Our team is definitely ready for the next round and we're going to give it all we got.
Dạ, hiện tại thì em đang rất tin tưởng vào các đồng đội và các anh em của em. Nên đây là vòng chung kết tổng rồi, nên em sẽ thể hiện hết sức khả năng của mình để cho mọi người thấy được.
无论最终的结果怎么样，我们肯定会努力接受。就是我们会打好每一场比赛，然后拿出更好的态度。
Первое – это немножечко мандража, а дальше уже боевая готовность забрать турнир. Мы думаем только о победе в гранд-финале, поэтому постараемся показать хороший результат. Ребята, остерегайтесь нас!
원투 때 시행착오를 좀 많이 겪었기 때문에 좀 성장을 많이 했다고 생각을 해서 PGS 3 때 뭐 다 죽여야죠 뭐.
ครับก็หลายปีที่ผ่านมาพวกเราก็พยายามฝึกฝนเพื่อจะเป็นทีม PUBG ที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดในโลกครับก็ผมคิดว่าพวกเราเป็นทีมนั้นแล้ว
조금만 더 보완한다면은 우승까지 할 수 있다고 좀 긍정적으로 생각하려고 하고 있습니다. 저희 팀이 뭐 운영을 잘한다 못한다로 말들이 많은데 의심하는 분들에게는 말이 아닌 압도적인 경기력으로 보여드리겠습니다.
Наша задача выиграть столько турниров, чтобы ни одна команда никогда не побила наш рекорд.
Our goal for this PGS is obviously to win, and with confidence and happiness comes results.
Team Anyone của mình là được mọi người đánh giá rất cao, nhưng chúng tôi sẽ báo đáp lại kỳ vọng của mọi người dành cho chúng tôi. Và bây giờ, lần này chúng tôi sẽ nâng cấp.
Ми така команда, що можемо перевернути гру. Ми вас здивували, але ви ще не знаєте, яку гру ми вам покажемо.
Magical moment at PGS2, of course, with Na'Vi being able to clinch it in the last formative moments of the tournament. Those last 2 games really being able to turn everything around. But the question is, will they be able to do it again? Will anybody be able to do it again? The might at the top is looking strong for sure. Of course, Matrim, when you think about how they have got a stranglehold right now on those points at the top, 20 points lead alone is a terrifying thing to go up against there for the 2 teams that are rising.
Yeah, and I mean, especially whenever we look at the pack that's going to be chasing after it, Crazy Raccoon, T1, both efficient, but also kind of, I would say, not as consistent as what we're looking at whenever we look at what's been going on with 17 and Petrichor Road. Back behind that, consistent squads in Twisted Minds and Supers, they need to have their games today. They need, if we're going to see this be a really big race at the top, the consistency from those two squads needs to step up.
I'm still expecting an eventual push, a big push from someone like T1, right? I feel like individual components of that team, Mark, I think are awesome. And it's just a matter of time before they are able to launch properly up against it. But there's inconsistency issues. They didn't even qualify for some of the finals.
This is the problem. I think when you look at a lot of that mid-pack as well, it's the same. But you got to remember, it's day number 2. This is kind of that migration day. This is where these teams have to make the push, and they're going to need to get wins. Yesterday, we saw one team win one game. Will we see a multiple win potentially today? A T1 has that potentially in their bag of tools to go and do. But I do worry about, as you say, it's that inconsistency. If they don't do it today, they're going to try and leave it to tomorrow, and is tomorrow going to be too late for them?
Do you think, Poro, when you look at the Korean teams, they leave too much to just the space control, the hunker down and get things going? Because we know that individually they're great gun skill across the board, but T1 is about the space control and DN Supers is about the space control, and sometimes that kind of plays into just a more defensive play style and not really some of the aggression, some of the gumption that they need to be able to finish things.
Yeah, it feels like their late game decision making is kind of off. Like they're sticking with their early game splits and territory control a little bit too deep into the game whenever there's so many people alive. And it also obviously depends on where they are in the circle, yada yada yada, all this different stuff. But and sometimes it's just straight up they're just losing fights that they should win. Sometimes it's that easy.
Yeah, if they break it down and then get themselves all the way to the top, they will be a fierce contender to go up against at the very top. But for now, of course, as we take a look further down that leaderboard before we greet people on the stage as well. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's Bella. Let's hear from her.
Welcome back. It's PGS 3 Grand Finals Day 2. I'm Bella, and we are officially at the halfway point of the championship. Day 1, as usual, was pure chaos with the leaderboard in constant flux and proving just how thin the razor thin the margins are at this level of play. Right now, 17 Gaming sits at the throne with 55 points, but Petrichor Road is looming dangerously close in second. And they've made it a 2-horse race for the top spots, but with only 10 matches remaining, honestly, that lead is anything but safe. In this lobby, one bad rotation or one single missed call can derail a tournament run. And every point from here on out is a fight for survival. Who will seize the momentum? Well, it's about to go down because it's day 2 for PGS 3 Grand Finals.
Thank you, Bella. Yes, Bella almost calling it there, saying it's a 2-horse race, but then she saved it afterwards. She was like, oh yeah, but 10 games, whoa. I was like, steady on there, Bella. Jeez Louise. But across this board, as we take a look at across these teams here as well, anyone's legend, man, a bit of a fall, I would say, Poro, coming into what we see here for PGS 3. But they looked amazing in PGS 2, man.
I mean, they did, but I would say the same for 4 Angry Men, right? Like, both of those teams that are at the bottom, like, just not... I don't think anybody expected them to be down there. So, but again, everybody is afforded a bad day. And fortunately for both of those teams now, we're in that 15-game set where one bad day doesn't send you home like it did for some of our teams that aren't here today.
No, that's for sure. Yes, they still have a chance. There's still an opportunity with 10 games remaining. Anything can definitely happen. We could see back-to-back for anyone's legend, and then it would all be kind of right as rain, as it were. Still, for Made in Thailand, that's another team that I'm looking at who's kind of middling at the moment. Looked great in PGS 1 Matchroom, not so great in PGS 2. I'm hoping for a bit of a bounce back from them as well.
I mean, you hit it head on, right? Middling. And for this squad, that's absolutely astounding. We've seen just such a great performance last year coming out from this team. I mean, really, that's what ended up making them myth. Can they make a myth of their own is the question. Game about ready to go.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. We will get in with you after the game. It's Miramar for game number 6 in this best of 15. It's myself, and again, Dr. Evil in Mark Powers from the south, the evil of England, as we all know.
I'll take it. It's a northwest down towards the south to southwest. It favours the dangerous side of the map. As these teams, well, some of these teams are actually going to have to try and extend out, get those vehicles and rotate to those primary drop spots. Alternate drop spots, not as good here. And we might see a little bit of a clash early.
We may. I don't have my map just yet, unfortunately. It'll pop in a little bit, but beyond all of that, as you say, we can kind of infer what's going on a little mini-map, seeing what is going to be going on. I think with something like a potential Chuma Sarah, that's always a bit of an issue, right? We already saw that being that focal point, but for the most part, for like a Virtus Pro, for example, not having any clashes going on over in Los Leones. And look at that, actually, JDG went to Partona. Okay. It works for the playing path, I guess, right? It works.
It's not a bad loot spot. You can just sort of run around in a circle and slingshot yourself out of there. The problem is, if it slingshots towards the north, it is going to be a bit of a rotation for them. I like El Pozo also for Team Liquid. We've seen a lot of zones in and around that area. I think time will tell, but we go back to those normals, and that is a crazy path in those. Some of these teams like JDG, they're going to have to slingshot themselves into emergency pickup because there are a lot of teams in between them and that zone.
It's funny what T1 actually does with their Monte Nuevo drop, because oftentimes you would think to yourself, yeah, but they'll just go into Monte Nuevo and trash loot later on. But what they're currently doing is trash looting, getting vehicles easily on board, and then if they feel like they need more, they can go into Monte Nuevo for that guaranteed drop. But at least they get their vehicles instantaneously on board. It's kind of speed things up a little bit, and it gives them the kind of almost insurance policy of a full Monte Nuevo down the line. So I don't mind that from T1. I think that's cool.
Kind of drawing the line in the sand, so to speak. No one can take their turf. We're interested to see what Navi do here, because obviously their Cantera drop is where they're pretty much putting up to now. Do they stop, or with that zone, do they maybe continue rotating around to the sort of west, maybe go to Cruz, to the east, because Cruz is going to be open. They know all these teams are going to be situated in the west, so there's a lot of options for them, but the decisions, I think, for them and multiple teams of actually how quickly do they attack this.
Well, there is an unbelievably early emergency pickup going out for anyone's legend on the kind of periphery of Picardo. So they are very keen to be able to get a good spot early. Maybe they go water treatment. Maybe they go magnet compound. Who knows where they're going to go from this. But one thing's for sure is this is one of the earliest emergency pickups you can possibly get going. And I don't mind it because of how harsh the circle is, right? This is only just barely touching the playing path. So north, you know that a lot of teams are going to be coming in from that south side, considering where you are in the middle of all of that. So it's pretty nice.
Yeah. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Get rid of the car. Gives me a little bit of cover, but they are going to leapfrog a lot of these teams. T5 obviously making that rotation in as well early. So a lot of teams opting for that early rotation. I like this from anyone in Legend. You mentioned in the pre-show, they need a big game. They do, but they're going to need more than one today. This is that migration day where actually they need to dig deep. They need to work on those placement points. We know they're good to get kills. They've got Himas on the team. He can hold out strong, but they've got to keep the numbers up. Every time we seem to come to this team, especially in that mid game, they're down to 1 or 2 bodies, and that's not going to cut it.
They looked like a well-oiled machine in PGS 2, to the point where I was like, okay, I thought maybe they'd win a PGS this year, but it could be this one. It could be 2. And then it wasn't, of course, thanks to some absolute crazy shenanigans towards the end of that tournament. But for anyone's Legend, man, like they've looked not like a well-oiled machine so far here in PGS 3. It's early days. It is early days. We still have the majority of this final 2 play on out. But where are they going to go is the question here. They've got a lot of options.
I can see the cars, maybe? Look. Yeah, they can see the cars, though, below them. So I think the object maybe hit Oasis. Hopefully they get the car there and sort of get the loot. I suppose what comes into the thought process has to be how much loot do they have. Yes, these are pro players. They can get away with kind of a level 1 vest, level 1 helmet, and take out about 20 people. But they've got to think about this zone. There's a lot of unplayable in the north. We're going to see potentially zone shifts. And if it bounces back the way they've come, that is painful for them.
I think you make a really good point because it is so early. Something like an Oasis drop here is more beneficial to them, I guess, if they need some more loot compared to like we're just going for cars, right? And not only that, you've got 4 members. You can send 1 or 2 off to get cars, whilst the other 2 who may not have as much loot go straight into Oasis and get something done. And you know, very likely, nobody's going to be up there this early anyway because it is so early in the game.
It is early in the game. T5 did lurk there. We saw them a little bit, but they pulled back towards that south side here. Team Liquid coming from El Pozo, they sort of work their way in on that sort of southwest corner. They might just take the higher ground here in the bowl, just keep an eye on things, maybe wait for that zone shift. We see a lot of zones come back towards the west, and That might give them a stepping stone into a mid to late game. We saw that yesterday. They were, especially Halo with the mortar fire, should we say. They sometimes take a little bit too passive when approaching mid game.
And JDG, I think that honestly, I wouldn't mind if they went for an emergency pickup either. They've drawn the short straw on what is eventually a backup drop location for them, having the circle go so far north. Any car rotations is going to spend some meds. It's going to be slow going, and they know they're going to be playing edge. And again, for JDG, we mentioned them in the pre-show, right? The fact that they lost to Twisted Minds in what should have been really their game, and unfortunately it was their game to lose. Twisted Minds, world class, able to solve the puzzle just a bit quicker than JDG.
Yeah, we talked about it, wasn't we, after the show, like how, for me, I still think it's the smokes. The moment they popped the smokes down, that was a win. And I think Poro made a really good point. They should have played the smokes as an offensive, so smoke out Twisted Minds, not use the smokes to get across. I think that could have been the difference between JDG and Twisted Minds. And as soon as those smokes were blooming, Twisted Minds saw the opportunity, and it was like, we can take this now, and that means we can take the game.
Yeah, the fact that you're just negating your lines of sight when everybody has to move, it's like, you have the man advantage. You have a few advantages here. One thing that, of course, was amazing in Luth's favor was the fact that he did have 5 nades, 3 mollies, and they made great use of it as soon as those smokes bloomed on that left side to be able to punish the JDG member that was within. But for now, we just have a little bit of peacocking, some shots from Chewy. He has a P90, love that. Hopefully he doesn't get stuck again on Miramar with that P90.
No, hopefully not. God rest his soul. At the moment, it's about keeping those cars alive. That's why you saw him sort of with that positioning, making, I suppose, an area where he might be able to, 1, escape quite quickly, but 2, make sure the tyres are still intact. Anyone's Legend did go for that Oasis. They will find the cars, but they also will go back and be able to find the loot. This will give them some time, as we still don't have all of our teams quite yet in the zone.
Tian Tian, number 1 on the damage, followed up by Ming Ming as well. Like, there has been... it's not just... Actually, yeah, I've been glossing. I've been saying that Tian Tian's phenomenal and a great pickup for 17 Gaming this whole time, but it was brought up in the pre-show as well. What a great resurgence for Ming Ming, who I think we all thought, way back when they won the World Championship, damn, this guy, he is fantastic. And then when he joined Petrichor Road, we were like, oh my god, this is an all-star team. Like, Ike's left alongside Ming Ming. This could be crazy. And then it wasn't crazy. It was anything but. In fact, it was crazy bad. Not very good at all for us to watch on the international stage. But now, this glow up here, back to some former glory for Ming Ming. Really impressive to watch.
And do you know what I like about watching Ming Ming with Petrichor is that it's not just focused on him. The team is performing around him, which is really, really good as well.
Agree.
So, and that's a big difference. And that's the one thing, if you was to ask me out the 2, 17 or Petrichor Road, I'd go for Petrichor Road. Why? Because Tian Tian is an outstanding player. He's produced 20 kills. That's insane. But if he falls, does the team perform? Whereas on the other hand, with Emming, he's going to be able to perform no matter what, because the people around him are also performing as well.
I just have to, give really, really strong props to the Chinese teams for having noticed and identified the talent that was rising through the ranks in PCL. Because oftentimes when I watch PCL, I'm like, yeah, okay, this is dominated by 3 or 4 teams, and that's it. And some of those teams, unfortunately, have now become what is stepping stone teams into some of the teams that just seemingly have more money, have more pride, have more prestige about them on the international circuit, like a 17, like a Petrichor, and like 4AM now, who have been able to assimilate in some great talent. So it's good to see that coagulated on these teams, because oftentimes my criticisms of South Korean teams was always the talent's too thin. It's too spread across too many teams here. We need some cohesion to become like a world champion again.
So we see the world champion, especially at the PNCs, because they put the all-stars together and they tend to perform. But you have to wait and see. This is that middle day. So it's match number 6. DM, JDG coming on that sort of south side, unable to find the emergency pickup. Vitality seemed to have stolen. That's not a bad time for now. It's going to give him an option if he does go the other way, and it didn't take long. 17 Gaming, fine VP, but Myth also fine Petrichor.
Yeah, that's the end of the Kale and Mark 10-minute podcast for the start of this game. Talking about hit us there and everything. We've got the guns shooting now, and see if we can get Little Ghost back up and good to go, because Nixie was able to take him. He is completely gone.
One for one.
Tough stuff.
Oh, no wonder.
Mate.
Jeez. Nixie should be able to get to some level of safety. The zone is not providing the safety. It goes heavy towards that northwest. So that Oasis drop for T1 does pay off. 17 Gaming down the body here, but they're looking to try and apply the pressure. Why? Because they want the additional kills. They've got to keep the lead. We're going to be there. Flash goes over the top, but he has to take his time as the additional shots come from the off angle, and they come from Crexy.
I love this move to get an off angle, but also potentially secure the blue chip. Like, this was a very good angle to take for a multifaceted reason here at the moment. Continue putting some pressure on against Virtus Pro. Beanie has to duck down, get himself in some cover, and Tian finishes off and confirms Nixie. So that's a big scalp to take. More nades coming forward again from Tian. Get out of the way of this guy, man. He is going to be the MVP of this tournament if this continues.
It's got to be careful as well for VP. They can't have a throwaway game here. This is that migration day. As I say, they've got to get some points. And going up against the lead, this is not what you want unless you've got the advantage. Beamy smoke, bounce off the wall, not going to try and help out. He gets caught on the run back as well. So here encroach not just 17 Gaming, but also JDG. They want to get involved. They're late to the party, but they're eager to get some kills.
Yeah, never mind hearing the footsteps there for a second. That actually opened up the idea that Beanie realizes he's on the left where that nade came from. So, but yes, with JDG backfilling this, problems abound, especially for Virtus Pro, who's going to have a much harder time disengaging from this if they want to, compared to 17, because they're up on that hillside. They could easily fall back to Xiao Wu. They've got that chip now, you would think, all things considered. So, but Virtus Pro's kind of stuck in the middle of this. Wait, is JDG falling back?
Yeah, they're scouting for that compound. That compound's in zone. So that was a we've got a limited amount of time here, guys. We tried to take the third party, still not fighting. Ooh. And Correxy says there's still potential opportunity down to a one shot. The guys will disengage. They are holding that recall station though. Beamy unable now to kind of get up and get moving as we get the picture-in-picture, the middle fight as well between T5 Myth. So Petrichor lurking on the outside.
A little bit of a shame for Correxy there. I will say those shots are not easy to hit. Through the window, through that fence, or against the car that is kind of tilted up against a little bit of a side there. But he almost got him. That was very, very good by Correxy, but not getting the confirm, not getting the knock. Sad times there for him, as they'll be playing for 2 for now, unless they can get some chips and get something scrambling later on down the line. But they're with on 5, who've been able to play great Miramar high grounds and convert a lot of points from it in the past couple of sets. As Ranger X will start opening things up against Jacob. Good nade to start it off. Car explosion as well, but Jacob did crawl away. Needs to get to the safety of some Kiss magic.
He needs to find some safety. The helmet has now gone from Ranger X, so he had to take to the sand. He's now going to try and take forward to try and make 1 point to 2. That one, he's got a good connection. Kisto has the high peak on him. He's going to rotate his way around. Confirmation done. He's now on 2. He's swinging for a third. Oh my god! Ranger X puts another point on the board.
Gosh, that was fantastic from him. Moving through the forests like the ranger he is, being able to snipe out everything. That was beautiful. A beautiful spray, beautiful peek up alongside that car. And now Ranger X worth his weight in gold. Hello, but you got to do something about this. This is a crazy pull-up from Petrichor. What can they do against it? He's hiding in the smokes. Oh, if they just spray through it, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
You'd roll the dice and think he's stacked up against the car.
Yeah,
Oming does find him. Ranger X will fall. It's a couple of points. Salvation to a degree, as Ranger X will be the last out now. Zone obviously, as said, has shifted out towards that northwest. We are holding on towards Oasis, but we're holding on to a huge amount of high ground. And for Myth, well, one player sits in the heart and the soul of it, and teams might come look at this as an opportunity, maybe, to crash on in.
Crazy Raccoon's moving, so is Petrichor Road as well. I don't think Petrichor Road will go as far as they want to, because they've stayed still for the moment. If Crazy Raccoon identifies, as you said, that there's a vulnerability there with Baron, that could be perfect for them. Oh, 04's also trying to scout it out as well from just a little bit of this lip. But also Twisted Minds is crashing through against that Virtus Pro position, so it's going to get heated very quickly.
One thing you don't want to see when the door open up is you pull in as well, because you 1, 2, 3. Levante dispatches of Twisted Minds as the door opens, only for a short time. Twisted Minds needed a big game, and unfortunately for them, they're out in 50.
Yep, that one was quick. Wait, Baron double nade against Chewy and I-26 here as he tries to hold on alone whilst that breach actually came on through from Petrichor. I was incorrect about it being Crazy Raccoon, the ones that were going to put the onus on it. It is Petrichor, and now 2 are knocked. So the problem is that Baron, he has no good way of following this up. He does actually take down I-26 in the distance here. I just don't know if he can survive against eventually what is a 4-man here for Petrichor. Well, now a 3.
We're down to 3, but again, Crazy Raccoons are on the outside, so at what point do they receive another knock and think, do you know what, it's time for us to crash? If we can take Petrichor Road out, if we can take them while they're bleeding, that's going to benefit for us. Hiding behind the shield, though, another flash will go through. Baron, though, eager to go for the offensive, defensive action, but he's run, he's got his back to it. And unfortunately for him, he's lucky enough that he finds the cover. He's got a P90 here, James.
Okay.
He might be able to hit a last-ditch attempt at Petrichor Road.
He's done good to hold off, but now they know exactly where he is in this, so he's going to be able to go.
Oh my God!
Did he get 3? Oh! So close.
So close. So close.
Mark,
but look, now the collapse in. Everyone has to collapse in. Team Vitality know that Petrichor Road's down. Crazy Raccoons also trying to get the final blow for them. Levante delivers an outstanding molly. He's going to keep him trapped, though. Another grenade will go through. He has to take off the shield, though, because he doesn't know exactly where these players are.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Him being able to hit that jump shot spray on there as well. Crazy stuff. But yes, the crash on through once again. What can Vitality do against this? They've already got Laquizzy down. They did take down Chewy as well. This is going to become a hot spot. I feel like this is going to be the same situation as what you saw in the PEC Cup on the tempo dip. We're going to have a lot of teams trying to crash this spot if we continue having this center. It's going to be so hot.
4 AM now looking to try and make their game. They come in, JDG on the outside. Does a bit of damage toward Levante. Heather finds Spaceman for 4 AM. So again, it's that centralized position. The only thing I don't like about this is kind of in a little bowl. There's like these mountains around the outside. So the zone shifts towards the south. This is store in. But teams are going to kind of swarm in around the outside edge. There's Hello Bad swarms to try and get a kill on the board. And Mingo will fall down. He's down to 5 HP. It's only him and Levante remaining.
Yeah. Not too bad to be able to take the balcony position and then stay alive. But again, you really need Levante up if you want to make this work. You're also being shot from a really brutal angle there outside everything. Glaz with a double panzer against 4 AM. Not exactly sure where that was. Oh, it's north of
just
this
north
compound.
Of
Yeah. So this is getting really dicey.
Everyone's fixated at trying to get to this hard cover here. And everyone's kind of, the problem is there's this funnel in from the north and there's a funnel in from the south, and teams are getting caught. Crazy Raccoons were trying to take the third party. Obviously, Team Vitality took it away from them. 4 AM came for the backfill as well. Head of my bad. Finds himself now on 2 points. Petrichor Road, though, find himself down to a solo player.
I do wonder for these circles who's going to be able to get the favor of the edge play, because if someone actually carves out a decent edge for themselves and can slowly play in on this, I feel like they're going to have a really good shot of being able to make something good of this game, not committing to the warehouse, not committing to that kind of position that feels like it could be an easy choice, but again, once you get there, it's actually just hell. There's just so much going on there, but for 17 up at the top, it's going to be difficult. Tiantian once again gets a confirm. That's a far range confirm there for Tiantian, all things considered. But there's so many teams that are going to be holding out 17 on that north side. 17 as 4 AM loses more, it's going to be tough for 17.
I really like E-Arena's position here. Like, they can play it slow and come in that other side. They've gone for a little bit of a split. So they've gone to put their flag in the sand to go, hey, that's ours. We just saw on the map feed, though, VP make a crash and expose on that sort of Team Liquid split. Team Liquid now giving up their split as well. So, again, I kind of like both of these sides. E-Arena, though, is going to be my favorite here. If they can play it well, but they have to stop the likes of 17. They have to stop the remainder of 4 AM coming in and keep the in-snoopers at arm's range.
Lie down. You're in a hard spot here. 17 gaming. What can you do? Xiaowu is now knocked as well. Crazy Raccoon can see you. There's nades going to be coming in from all of these positions as well. And E-Arena can also see with Opon starting off against Wembley. 3 of you are down. Well, there was only so much more you could have done from here, 17. I don't mind the effort, but you are basically donezo.
Which is good for Crazy Raccoons. They're using that gully just to move nicely. They do check back, though, for E-Arena. Lance gets the 2 confirmations. Difficult for 17 in that position, but Crazy Raccoon now knowing there's going to be some difficult decisions to be made. Ionix on the hold down. The call going to be go to that way. They have to flood back towards that northwest position. Ionix find 2. 4 AM helping out though as Shen puts another point on for 4 AM.
Not bad. That's good salvage for 4 AM, considering how much of a tricky circumstance they were in before, with them having been separated quite heavily across 2 locations, and then everybody taking good opportunities against that. Pong Pong down. 400 men is gone. Shen trying to get a little bit here and there. Gets another one. Don't mind that.
All right. Salvation points. We're going down towards that zone. T1 on the other hand, though. Going to come in from the other side, like northeast, sorry. There's a zone shift down towards the southwest. That keeps VP in. Team Liquid now kind of in the center as that compound of doom is on the outside edge. It's a Hail Mary. Fortunately, it's cooked. It goes too short.
Nox is going to have to find another project to compare to, as he goes for another one on this right-hand side. Doesn't quite connect with Nurin's. So he goes for another.
That's good.
That's not bad. Oh, okay. No, it was right on the money. And Little Ghost is now gone. So Type finishing things off here for T1, who is currently in the chase. The fact that 17 is down with just gaining a few points here and there, it's not bad for 17 by any stretch of the imagination, but you want to stifle their growth. It was too much growth from them yesterday. So any little catch-up is going to be worth it.
Yeah, and then we focus and fixate on that mid-pack as well, as Petrichor Road will now fall. So Crazy Raccoons, you mentioned T1, this potentially is an opportunity for them, and they have to go head-to-head. Saucy will fight heavy with a grenade as he tries to crawl his way forward. They've got to be careful. Crazy Raccoons might be able to bounce back across towards the east and find some more kills.
They may. They've carved out an okay spot for themselves so far and been able to hold on to it strong as well, considering the crashes that they had north of them. They do see T1. Oh my god. Those shots from Gyuhyun. Beautiful ore control. And he's just the end. Oh, wait, no way. Is he going to be able to get all 4 of them? This is crazy. He got 3. Oh, he's knocked.
I don't know. They might get the res. That's massive team play. They had the off angle, knew exactly where they were. So his peak was on point. Back towards the middle of the fight, and the Crazy Raccoons are going crazy. How many more teams can this one team take on?
Yeah, it's a good question. And they're going to have to keep trying. Class and PO doing quite a bit of damage here against Vitality. It's Hello My Bad's trying to cover things, though. Going for the sprays from the balcony. Seeing what he can do. Have to dip on behind all of this. Molly not is going to come along forwards. That's perfect. And it will be the denial for Vitality. Gone.
That was perfect, Molly. Vitality go out in 9th. We now hit the placement points now. Crazy Raccoons. They're up to 8 kills. 8 kills. They're now in the placements. And anyone's legends now arrive. Who else wants to try and take on these Raccoons?
Am I not surprised that this became such a hotspot here for this, considering how much fighting was going on before? More nades going forwards there for Na'Vi, trying to get rid of JDG once again. JDG already felt the sting of the West, but Cole119 here, taking down Boostic. Means that that's not too bad a trade for them. Still causing some problems here for Na'Vi, considering that the blue's going to be up against them. JDG should, in theory, have the advantage.
It's extending just a little bit too far, right? I know you've got a Grozer in hand for us, but that confidence and that peak to work across an open terrain just didn't quite work out. Now you're on the back foot, Boostic bleeding out. Spyro's going to be there. Spray will come through from Hakatori, but he's got limited amount of ammo. Goes down towards his last mag and a bit of change. And that's all he's got.
A big spray! What a perfect prediction into that smoke. I did see a mortar going off in the distance as well, but Hakatori gets 2. He's going to try and shoot the molly out of the sky, making sure he can deny exactly what's going on from there. Perfect stuff here from Hakatori. And again, if you're feeling the sting of the West, it comes no better than from the man himself that was able to clutch it up, take PGS2 by the throat and throttle it. And right now, he's currently throttling the progression here from JDG.
Yeah, but he's got 15 shots left here.
Yeah,
getting the bodies back up, it's a tough ask.
Anything in the car?
Blue, he's gone to swap over twice. He needs Spyro to really drive forward here. He's going to drive forward. Limited amount of ammo. The smoke's going to try and help. December 12 comes on the outside and gets the angle on him. And it's pretty much going to be lights out. Hakatori has to dig deep. But with 11 shots remaining, you have to question, can this worldie move?
They tried, but it looks like it's not going to be successful. JDG did a good job of being able to have this war of attrition go in their favor, right? The fact that he's trying to go for a few more shots as well. 7 bullets. Is he just
headshot?
I was going to say.
I'm done. I'm actually out.
My
He
God.
gets the knock. Run him over. Gas can him. Do something.
You're not wrong there. Maybe an attempt at a run over would have been the best move here to try and get an extra point on the board. He's not going to go for it though. JDG survives the war of attrition valiantly there against Na'Vi.
Only Hakatori runs out, and he's still trying to opt to take people on with gas cans. Team Liquid have had a good spot for quite some time now. They had a 2-2 split on the south side. VP obviously got the recalls and worked their way in, forcing Team Liquid to collapse their split. They now hold the high ground. They now hold the center of the zone. 3 kills here. A win for Team Liquid could be huge, but we have multiple teams with huge numbers. JDG with 4, Team Liquid with 4, and DNS Snoopers also remaining with 4.
Yeah, the interesting thing for Team Liquid is that it wasn't even really a lot of edge play that actually got them to this position. They were 2-2 split across this and the compound west of them, right? So the circles kind of come to them been in their favor a bit, but it's a huge opportunity. They have to somehow convert big on this one. JDG still surviving on the east side. The N Supers on the north. They do see Virtus.pro trying to make the move here against what was effectively their transition up here. And that means they're going to know the lay of the land intimately when watching Virtus.pro try and scramble up.
I'd argue to say, apart from DN Snoopers here, all the other teams, this is a good start. This could really change the leaderboard and the lay of the land for them. Yes, you'd also throw DN Snoopers in there, but they're higher up on that leaderboard, right, coming in today. So a win, a control from these teams will really change the outcome of the next 4 games. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see these teams now slow down, especially for Team Liquid. They sit on the north side, they sit on the high ground, and all they need to try and defend is DN Snoopers coming in.
Foldable shields are invaluable commodity in some of these moments. If you're not carrying them in your games, you should be. They are amazing, and get used to deploying and trying to cover some of those lines of sights that you might be open to when you want to take a spot like this. For Team Liquid, they're going to be important. Likewise, so are those smokes. JDG, though, from what effectively could be a high ground, might be able to really stunt the growth here of Team Liquid as well.
Yeah, they've seen it. They might want to try and push into us. They're just going to wait for the knocks. They're in zone. So wait, watch, listen. You've got to also be careful with VP claps on the other side. JDG do fit Cowboys, so they might now try and sweep across. They've got to apply the pressure and sweep around, force DN Snoopers into the VP, and then they can maybe claim victory. But for JDG, they've got the high ground. They've got the opportunity.
I'm terrified if I'm Team Liquid here. I think there's just too many angles and too many threats that are going to be coming down on you very quickly here. DN Supers from the north side here, moving on in. You're already taking casualties from that east side. JDG shooting down on this position. DN Supers will want to sweep on him, but they're going to be cautious of the fact that JDG is still lurking in the wings. And don't forget, an outside chance of Virtus.pro doing something.
Yeah, for Team Liquid to survive now, they put huge amounts of smoke wall up. That's allowed DN to sort of get up on towards their compounds. They've got to be cautious. They're trying to get the residents back in. Here comes the molly. Goes through the outside, though. Easy straight through. 1, 2, 3. Nearly done for them. JDG needs to activate. VP can sweep in as well. Rex, well, the car's on fire. He opts to take the fight on as he jumps out into the flames of glory.
Yeah, and Team Liquid, Alo trying to make something happen from all of this. Any flushes he can get here is perfect, because they're not going to be winning this game. So just try and get something on board. JDG swoops in as well. For Team Liquid, I understand it. There was just too many threats. It looks silly when somebody comes in the door and sprays you down like that, but they're looking 360 around them. They're even having to be concerned about Virtus.pro, but JDG should have this in the bag.
Should have it in the bag. VP. Down to the goatless Beamy. Let's see what he can do. 2 are down. Positions himself now on those bodies. Now can see over top of the wall. He has no idea he's there. He gets the opportunity down. Cole goes out to ones, but Beamy gets caught by the fence.
Where's the right side high peak? Where are they? Okay, they're knocked completely. So Beamy actually might actually have a chance here. I didn't even realize. That's actually ridiculous. They're giving him more room than I thought they were going to here. And now throwing maybe a few flashes forwards. Just catches them a little bit. The information should be being fed from the side, but they are now both gone as well. So there's a little opportunity. No, it's not going to be the case. JDG rounds it out. Some retribution for this squad going up against the West after losing out against Twisted Minds yesterday, Mark. This is an important win for them.
Yeah, it was really important. For a little bit of time there was a massive disconnect between, I suppose, the people that were knocked and the people in the compound for JDG. They got it together, they stacked up, and they pushed Beamy out into second place.
Yeah, for a second place though, for Virtus.pro, they're coming in on that side. That's decent, right? The fact that you've got DN Supers being able to sweep in as aggressively as they did, JDG with that overlook, but Matchroom and Poro joining us to talk about this one, because Poro, that is JDG back on the road again.
That's a really nice win for them. I mean, they were kind of the team that survived all that craziness and actually thrived off of it. Like the angle that they had into that warehouse building, I don't even know. Like, I think they were shooting at Vitality's toes the whole time, but they were just causing so many problems.
Yeah, they were. They took down the majority of the West as well. Matchroom of watching them, being able to hold Na'Vi, being able to control that high ground collectively and strong. Very good stuff here for JDG.
And really trying to figure out the best timing on the approach into that compound that we saw Liquid holding off, where they had to deal with Super, where they had to deal with VP. That's one of those things that can really go wrong if you choose the wrong timing on it. So they just instead just played it patient. They waited for everything else, then sweep down, try to pick up everything that they can, vulture up every kill.
Not often we get this murder box, really. And look at this by Baron. It was so close. Imagine if he'd got all three, because he did quite a bit of damage to the third guy mark there. That was super close.
He just clicked one at P90. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. He just needed to swap over and half a second more, maybe.
Yeah.
And that would have been nice for that team. So, yeah, GG's. Good hold, but it was a murder box in the end.
Oh, it definitely was. So many teams collapsing down on it. And at the same time, Poro, I'm always a big fan of the teams that, on Miramar especially, because the way the hills work, the foothills and all these kind of elevated locations, if you can hold those down and then eventually sweep in, I feel like that oftentimes pays dividends on a map like Miramar.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really just kind of finding ways to put yourself in a position where you can third party, right? Like get as many points as you can off of other people's work. And JDG did just that. So that's a fantastic performance for them. It's a fantastic survival for Virtus Pro. Like they were pinned down by Team Liquid for a pretty significant part of that game and still managed to keep 2 up into the late game.
I appreciate, Poro, that you just described my 15 years of esports work. Just profit off of other people's success.
From the periphery.
I do what I can. I'm a cheeky guy. But imagine when you watch how all this is said and done. It was so tough for Team Liquid, right? The fact that you have to be covering all of these angles whilst we take a look at those points. But 11 points is nothing to sniff at for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, there are some victories and there are some things that they're going to go, oh man, I wish that we had done this a bit cleaner. The firefighting with the approach is going to be very difficult. Yeah, they had JDG in high ground. They knew that. They had VP close. And Super just found the right angle of exploit to just push their way in at the timings whenever it was really just trying to reset for, like, get everybody back up and ready. And it was just Super playing well and realizing when they need to exploit. Team Liquid, though, we were talking with Mike during the game, and he pointed out the fact that they did a very good backfill to find the right angle of approach to get to that control point.
Paro?
Yeah, no, it was all due respect to my my co-casters here, but we were I was kind of listening in onto the Team Liquid comms stream a little bit during that first game, and so yeah, it was just really interesting to kind of listen in on their decision making when it came to what to do about Virtus Pro, what to do about supers, and then when it came, they kept getting circle after circle after circle, right? And then unfortunately for them, it was just kind of a combination of JDG and supers pushing in at the exact same time, while they also had to have somebody keeping an eye on Virtus Pro on the south side. So just and then you throw in 15 smokes, and all of a sudden you just got supers right on your doorstep as you take that first knock. So it was always going to be a tough play there for Liquid at the end, but they did manage to get some kills out of it, and they managed to get to late game. And we talked about this yesterday, like they were getting to late game, but they weren't getting the kills to go along with it. And I think that was something you could see Kurt was kind of frustrated with at times yesterday, knowing that you only get so many opportunities like this when you get to late game and you get placement points. You got to get as many kills off it as you can. So at least through one game, so far so good.
Well, let's hear from the horse's mouth himself as we head over to an interview with Team Liquid.
Oh.
Hello, everyone. It's Bella, and guess who I have with me? Correxy. Perfect interview. Hello, good to see you.
Hello.
Well, we saw VP losing too early on, but we had the last two come in and make it to top 2. Can you tell me about what the talk was like with the change of plans for you guys to, push through?
So we lost too early. That was really unlucky. We lost tires on both cars, so Beamy and Nix just ended up making it to late game and got a lot of kills, so they clutched it up big time.
Thank you, and remember how I was worried that this interview might be too short, but I really appreciate that, and I hope that you guys get a check-in today, all right? Thank you. Say bye with me.
Bye-bye.
That's 2 words. Oh.
Well, that was a funny shade of blue, wasn't it? Of course, Purdy Curdy looks very different right now and very Finnish. Not many words to say, apparently, here. Thank you, Corexy, for joining us from Virtus Pro. Trying to clutch out the situation towards the end there, Marco. Actually, now that I think about it, map-wise and topography-wise, it does beg the question, what would have happened if Team Liquid have held off Virtus Pro earlier and then come up from the angle that they were coming up? That would have been an interesting conundrum.
Depends on who would have taken that compound, right?
Yes.
I feel like Team Liquid played it well. Obviously, VP early fighting, they've kind of got the recall chips. They got back to 4. They overloaded Team Liquid, and obviously, like Poro, correct if I'm wrong, but there would have been a clear comms at that point for Team Liquid to give up that section and go for that collapse from that 2-2 into a 4. And that was the right play, I feel, for Team Liquid. because it was a centralized position. And it just comes down to they were always going to get pushed. For me, I felt like Team Liquid had to maybe try and play into a team, but it was nights out no matter what. It was all placement. And they unfortunately just wasn't getting the kills. VP, on the other hand, it was just survival time. Coming up from that southwest corner is difficult anyway, because you do have DN Snoopers. If they do play down towards a northeast, they're fully exposed. And they had Cowboy from Team Liquid holding them out for some time. So it's difficult no matter what. I feel like it played out as it played out. JDG was always going to get the win, especially from that kind of high position in the northeast.
That's the train of thought that I normally have when given that kind of, well, not that kind of spot, but most of those spots when you're like, okay, we know a few teams are going to end up hurting us, crashing us, pincering us. We need to take one of these fights. But I think you're right on the money. There was no way that they could have taken it. The hour was too late, considering where they put themselves in a spot like that. But regardless, 7 points is nice, Poro. It's a good start for Team Liquid, a team that is looking to try and rise on up alongside Virtus Pro as well. Those two Western teams here getting some decent points here to start off day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a step in the right direction for sure. JDG, I mean, again, but that just goes to show once again, one good game and you're still right back in the mix. So they hop 5 places off of that win. So, I mean, we saw Twisted Minds yesterday. They got 1 placement point out of the win that they got, and we're coming into today in the top of the leaderboard. So, you know, but those days are starting to come to an end here as we progress through. So, you know, if you're going to get your big come up, you gotta kind of do it now and put yourself in position for the final day.
Yep, try for the boost. I think that watching Crazy Raccoon during this game as well, Matrim, was awesome.
Fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good stuff.
I mean, massive kill count coming up from them. Guyon on that hold on the side where he got 3. That was such a big play for them. They realized that they weren't going to maybe make it into the circle. Instead, firefight, get everything they can. And Crazy Raccoon, dude, they just find so many points off of kills.
I feel like if you just brought up any team name, like to just, you know, casual passers-by of the esport, but then you say Crazy Raccoon, doesn't matter who's on that team, people are liking it already. They don't care. They just hear the name and they're in for the run. But anyway, gentlemen, it is time to get game number 2 for the day underway. Game 7 of our 15, as we have ourselves still China holding on strong at the top. Erangel time. Matrim, Poro, take it away.
Oh man, I agree. Crazy Raccoon is such a good team name, but can we also talk about how fitting the players are for that squad? Or,
you know, you're not wrong.
Like, PO being on Crazy Raccoon is the most raccoonish style play I think you can imagine.
So look, sometimes the vibe fits the team name. Not going to talk about Simply Matthias's team or Greg Shot GG's team in Americas.
Mean, maybe it's appropriate too.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it go. But no, it's been really fun to watch them, and it's been fun to watch them have success too. Right, like 3rd place overall. I don't think like I was excited about that team, and I was hoping that they would do well, but I don't think I had them pegged for a top 3 spot after 6 games. So we'll see if they can continue that as we get over into Erangel. Pretty easy plane as far as things go here, Matt.
Yeah, but I mean, we start off with about, a third of it on the channel itself. That's always going to make things a bit dicier. We have been seeing the circle pop more to the west, specifically getting a lot of Gatka love. See if we get a mix up on that, maybe go back down over to the south or more over into Milta. But I'm curious to see, we've seen, I guess, very aggressive Erangels have been the theme of the year so far. And if anything, I don't imagine that to finish, especially whenever we do get that kind of eastern and southern circle.
Yeah, at least we're not going around chopsticks again. We get to switch it up after yesterday send it over towards the logging camp, over towards Milta. So Twisted Minds, we'll see where they decide to go. Anyone's Legend, they're in C1. They have their option of where they want to play. But man, again, I feel like a broken record at this point saying this, but it almost feels like being center circle in C1 almost plays to some of these teams' detriment as they just, get a good position, but you find yourself surrounded on all sides.
Well, it's interesting that we kind of had like this high kill count edge style of play that a lot of squads were trying to make like their bread and butter. And now that we've moved into this year, it's a way more centered meta. So that's so much more difficult, because then if you try to play that 3/4 out to where you're right on the edge of the center cluster, you still have 3rd, 4th parties that can destroy you if you're playing it too aggressive. You have to be really cautious on it. So if you're going to play that aggressive edge style of play, you got to be ready to scrap with like 3 or 4 different squads at one time. And that is so difficult in the caliber of this lobby.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Twisted Minds in C1, so they don't have to worry about getting absolutely murked by Levante on rotation. So we'll see where they decide to set up. They've got all of Milta Power, Milta Main, Milta Mini, just everything that you could ask for over there on that eastern side. And you know, another thing that kind of makes that centering position, you know, it was always going to be getting more difficult with the higher tier lobbies, but the introduction of the E pickup, I feel like has made those C1 center circle positions a lot more dicey as well.
Oh yeah, you're always going to get somebody just landing on top of you. You have to make the assumption for it, because that is one of the vulnerabilities, especially whenever we look at Erangel. It's hard to shoot up if you're inside of a building, so the emergency pickup does give you the way to bypass that. The only downside to it is with the center meta, there's about 4 or 5 other squads that also see the potential for free points and want to try to get somebody out of it. So as long as you can make most of your players land decently safe spot, you should be okay.
Yeah, it's like a dog, you know. They say dogs can't look up. But my dog,
I don't know what they're talking about.
My dog can
dog
look up. He just stares
gives
at
me
me all
sad
the
eyes.
time. Oh yeah,
all consonant sad eyes. That's a lie and a half. I don't trust it. Fake news, bro.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Well, Navi has made their way just to the north side of this eastern bridge, and we've got 2 teams on the south side of that eastern bridge, and 4AM and E Arena that might be running into each other here, and Navi might be in a good position to third party this, but they also have to worry about teams coming in from the west. Virtus Pro being the front runner here, with the rest of them below. They're very split up right now. You imagine they're going to slow down and kind of get everybody together before progressing any further.
You know, we've got this whole awkward situation down here, like you're talking about, on Military Base Island, where it's going to be 4 Angry Men, E Arena. The bottom potentially going to be scrapping, or maybe even feeding a bit of a Navi push up this leaderboard, as Boostic is going to spot out the beginnings of this. Opon's not getting too harassed and then falling through. I think that the timing isn't necessarily the best for Navi, but finally it's going to be Hakatori. Looks like he found that headshot he was looking for.
Oh man, and 4AM, they're now they know that the camp is going on. They know that E Arena loses one. Pathapong is trying to send it across now and try to rejoin the rest of the squad. Hakatori, that was a pretty nasty shot there. But now, if you're 4AM, do you do the same thing? Do you follow, or do you think about maybe cutting back over towards the west?
Can you imagine being in this lobby, trying to cross this bridge, and then knowing Hakatori is on the other side waiting?
I don't want him looking down there. I mean, that's terrifying.
That's like the worst way to deal with this. 4 Angry Men, though, I wouldn't be surprised if they slow their roll a bit. There is a world where maybe the math goes to the bridge, so don't have to deal with Hakatori yet. Opons, Nuren's stuck over here, as it's just Milta and Farm. Not even really anybody playing north of Death Road or even touching Death Road right now.
Yeah, nobody even looking over in this direction either for the third party. Virtus Pro has made their way to the north of this, and they're set up, but should be avoiding this. 17 also on the move kind of around here, so there is an opportunity for them, or a chance that they start creeping over in this direction. Other than that, we've got some late rotating teams. Vitality seem to take out Pio. This is going off on Zarky.
I mean, Zarky, Crazy Raccoons, please, man. How is this team trying to make me love them constantly? Externally from this, Vitality, a firefight that I think that nobody is really expecting too much out of, is Anonix does get some vision, but this is just, please go away, I think, Bullets, more than anything else. We just don't want to deal with you over here, and yeah, that is one down for Crazy Raccoon, and no, it does look like Vitality was stopping to see if they could get some more out of it. I mean, losing Pio is a deal, but Anonix and Guyon, Glaz, all these guys can frag.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Vitality stop down and hit Pio's loot box. I'm curious if they took his blue chip. So yeah, Vitality will escape for now, and we'll see if Crazy Raccoon can recover.
If you take Pio's blue chip, does that mean that Pio is still constantly doing Pio things on top of another team?
Could be. Why not?
Why not? There's some science to it, and there's also some science in 4 Angry Men's approach. They're going to go on the opposing side, get away from what was kind of going on with the camp, as there was a bit of a distraction happening. And that's 2 down for Team Liquid early, and it's going to be the Supers that get them again.
Oh man, They got the trades too. There was two. It's just Purdy Curdy and Luke 12 weren't as close to the to their teammates as Supers were, and so now I mean I guess Team Liquid now in a position to start thinking like, okay, do we want to stick around and see if maybe we can get those blue chips? But I don't know if you can.
I really don't like that area right out of Lippo because you've got like the bay that comes in. Of course, you've got prison, the hillsides. The longer that goes on, the more that's just going to get messy. I think it's the right call. You just can't go back for the blue chips there. It's too risky when you've already lost to this early.
Look how stacked every team is in the dead center of this circle. Like all these teams that are late making these late wraps in are all going to find just acres of space to play around on the edge because everybody is so locked in on the dead center. They found their compounds, they found their areas that they want to play. Even Suze up here, and this might be Crazy Raccoon in some more trouble as JD Gaming is turning around and starting to look back over here towards CR.
Yeah, I mean, December 12th in vehicles down below this. Looks like he is coming back. Is it going to be try to stop this or go for some shots? A bit late on getting to this point. This is the strong bridge camp area, but I think Crazy Raccoon knows the follow-up's coming. December 12th takes down Yuyan, and that's the second Raccoon down.
Got there in time for the trailing car. You never want to be the last car in the parade because that's the car that always gets lit up on their way through. Is
truth.
Unfortunately for Crazy Raccoon, they find out the hard way that looting up in the far northwest not as exciting.
Don't you blame Zarky for this. Don't you do it. Zarky is love and Zarky is happiness.
I bet they're wishing they would have found an e-pickup though. I mean, geez.
Probably true.
I mean, the fact that they're not even rotating or making their move until almost 10 minutes in, and they're still running into teams out here, like that just goes to show like how far this circle popped from so many teams that dropped early in the play, or dropped late in the plane, I should say.
Also very heady coming up from Vitality. They were the ones that kind of started this all. I think that just spotted out the rotate, figured out exactly what was going to be going on with the drop, decided the fact that there was a vulnerability there that they could go for. The new circle does pop. Stays a bit more on that northern section with a bit of the bridge still in play. Opans, as you can see down on military base. The cluster around center still going to be rewarded as tail end teams are going to find that territory. And Crazy Raccoon, this is a crazy approach, man. You are just running right through the thick of everything. And if you steal something here, respect.
You're saying they're heading into the thick of it? That's crazy. Well, Glaz and Onyx are going up to the top. Actually, they find a sniper tower that's free and clear, and that might be the play as a duo. This is not the worst place ever to play. You're kind of just giving up your vehicle at this point, knowing that the tires are going to be absolutely shot out on that thing. And unfortunately for Inonix, he gets shot out of his car before he can even get to the tower. And T1's got BRDM. So that's we have to keep an eye on that, playing around shelter. Oh, Inonix, we'll get to there.
Oh, that was nerve-wracking the whole time, though. So Wizard Towers for 2. Yeah, I mean, that's safety for now. And if anything, these external positionings might also provide some support because Petrichor Road's going to be just to the east of what we were looking at. Now getting a quick look in on what's going on with VP and 17. This is going to be around farm. Down to the southwest of this, we're going to have T5. So still very, very clustered, but the north is more, I guess, fieldy, open whenever we look around what's going to be going on the northern side of the Death Road. So that's going to be all territory that T1 and their BRDM can keep in control.
Yeah, third on 5. I'm looking at them right now in farm, and they're pretty much the westernmost team is, oh no, Myth. They tried to do the same send, essentially, that Crazy Raccoon did. They actually managed to get there, and they might get those revives off, and if they do, that's 4 up in a pretty decent compound that's getting sprayed from every other direction. So all in all, I mean, high risk, high reward for Myth, and if they get those reses off, you can't really be too upset about it.
I mean, Anyone's Legend's getting a lot of knocks right now. They are putting in work, not getting kills for it, but they're at least putting some punishment on the lobby. And if anything, I feel that might be part of Anyone's Legend's problem, is this squad can frag, and they can get a lot of knocks. And I feel like maybe they're pissing off too many teams too early.
It could be. I mean, through 6 games, they only have 4 placement points, but 18 kills. Like, that is
goals.
pretty disproportionate thing there. But so yeah, I mean, it's getting to that top 8, getting to that late game seems to be the thing that's evading them right now. But as we saw, this is their C1. They were in dead center circle off a C1 pop, and this is what they've decided to do, this 2-2 split. And as you said, they're farming ADR essentially, but now they've got 2 randoms from Crazy Raccoon right in their midst, and then Petrichor Road just off to the east, as we see an Alm just sitting over here, free as you'd like for Team Vitality over here on Death Road.
Oh, but that doesn't feel as free. I mean, you do have to be a bit worried about what's going on around farm.
No, that's free.
I get
That's
nervous.
as free as it's going to get.
We do also have T1 that sent E in very close. There's the dip at the end of Death Road that they want, but I mean, the BRDM is going to be able to find pathing wherever it wants to go. That's not what was sent over. It was just going to be a random card. JDG here's the shots come out from Vitality. Looks like they're trying to wrap the other side of this as the circle has popped. It has gone a bit more Death Row sided. That means that Milty Power, Milty Miner, and as well as Lumberyard Prison all coming out.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who's driving that BRDM. It's going to be Type, I believe, that's in the BRDM is Super. So yeah, this is where the Anyone's Legend split starting to pay off. As you see, they are finally getting those knocks and getting flushes to go along with it. But Myth, they run into Navi, a big trade so far, as you see Kiss and Scappy are both knocked, but not yet flushed. Hakatori still hanging out here on the periphery. Nice spray from Jacob will force him to peek back down though.
Other side of this, it looks like it's approached from a lot of squads. 4 Angry Men here, the firefights, Navi. I mean, great job from Myth. They're holding it. Everybody is down. It's just trying to survive and figure out some way to get something to work here, as Navi is just got no choice. They've got to commit into this, and Hakatori sends it and sneaks into the building.
Oh my gosh, how do you get in there? The shot from Pathapong I thought might have been enough to do him in, but he manages to survive, so he and Ferris do get to the house and wait for Myth to push through. Shots coming through. Jacob will win that 1v1. Nice spray from him. Ferris trying to provide some support before Jacob can get the heel off. He was just going to push right in, but gets shot in the back by Scappy. Good defense there from Myth, but now 4 a.m. They're hungry, and dinner is on the table.
Dude, Myth was trying so hard. You have to give respect. There was a lot of heart in that hold. Just trying to continually hold down what they can here is they never have gotten a chance to rally back, but finally starting to get their resets. Suddenly there's going to be a ton of Myth players in here. 4 Angry Men, Scappy does it again.
At 4 a.m., they try to make this push, but they get shot at from outside the house, from across the street. I'm not sure who it was. It might have been Petrichor, might have been the Arena, might have been Anyone's Legend, actually. It was just still spraying shots over in this direction. And now Myth, they know they've got the advantage, but Winda, remember him? We talked about how good he was in the early parts of this tournament, and 4 a.m. will find the knock and flush onto Scappy, and now it's just down to Baron.
Oh, in that hallway, man. It feels like it's been years since we've seen teams having to push this specific building style. And suddenly, within the last couple of days, we've been seeing it repeatedly over and over and over again. And I can say it as many times as I want. This is my least favorite push in the game. That hallway just feels like it's a fortress when you have to walk down it.
Oh, and Baron still has a lot of grenades left, and now Petrichor Road, they're going to be the next contestant to step up on the houses, right? As Spaceman still has the flashbangs, he knows he's getting pushed, but no, the C4, you can hear it dinging as 4 a.m. That's a good grenade from I-26. Gets 2 of them, and Chewy's now looking over there with the Panzerfaust in hand.
More kills, more potential for Petrichor Road. 4 points behind first right now at 17. Stealing their vehicles, stealing the toys, and now looks like they're going to set more over into the east. It's been a hard shift back over there, so we're on the outskirts of Lumberyard and Prison. Still some shelter in play, and this is going to be a really intriguing reset for these teams, as a lot more we're setting on the farm side.
Oh man, Anyone's Legend. You gotta feel like they're looking and feeling pretty good about things right now, as Spaceman still active. He's gonna spot out Opons as he tries to drive past. Spaceman says, "Not today, sir." We'll take that one and secure another point here for 4 a.m. and turn his attention back over towards Baron. And Anonix, he's gonna spot out Suze. Big spray gets him down. Another one jumps out of the window, gets another one, but Nons is ready with the support from the high side. JDG will clean out Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon dying as they lived, trying to make sure that they keep their trash cans safe and theirs, but finally does go down. I do agree, Anyone's Legend has such a strong point in this circle. Petrichor Road gets some high ground points to play from. Twisted Minds, Batulin's also going to be kind of hiding out over here, seeing if he can keep control over territory enough. They are going to deal with T1 very close. T5 going to be close to them. VP is going to have to leave farm just a little bit. And 17 down to the south, going to be dealing with the remnants of E-Arena.
Well, I was looking to see where the rest of Twisted was. Okay, they're off in the north, still eating Blue Zone, but we'll see if they can join the rest of them. 17. See, they would love to be able to get rid of Baron, but Baron has been a thorn in many teams' side so far. We see, remember, T1 Type had a BRDM. We've got the second BRDM in the hands of Rossita Jr. here. They're going to push right into the midst of Petrichor Road. Big split coming out from them. It looks like Batulins has managed to stay hidden here for the time being, but now they're going to hear them coming, and there's Rossita. He spots them out. He's going to make the run for it. Goes right in between them, but that's going to be enough to distract them, and Exquisite will get the kills as Rossita has to run. He forgot to put the parking brake on.
I mean, it's just so big and heavy. Any hill is just going to yoink it down. Petrichor Road
Chewy
spotted that. He wants them to rotate back in front of him yet again. T5 all clustered up, and Petrichor Road with this high ground can put in some work. They got to be careful, though. There are the remnants of Team Liquid just to the south. Could get eyes on Petrichor Road.
Yeah, Team Liquid down to a duo. I think Luke may be going over there just kind of feel out what's going on. But you've got two BRDMs here on the north side. One with Third on 5, one with T1. Chewy's got... Oh, he hits it! What a shot from Chewy. And he gets the BRDM right as it crests the hill. And now you have a BRDM, Chewy. Congratulations.
Just doing him like that. Running him over with his own BRDM. He just got shot up. There's the counterback, though. Exquisite denies it. Says, no, you can't take what was ours. But T1 starting their push other side. Do they want to go aggressive after the now weakened T5?
Yeah, Type is creeping over in this direction. He's got the BRDM of his own. We'll see if Third on 5 has any more Panzerfaust left in the trunk, as the smoke wall will keep them down for the time being. Type getting a little bit closer. You see the rest of the team also starting to arrive. Heather looking for something as, yeah, Third on 5, they're just going to open up into that BRDM and make sure they do a lot of damage. They don't have a Panzerfaust, but they can at least get it low, as Type will drop the grenade into the smoke and hop back into the cover.
Just trying to scout. Oh, Type playing this aggressive, man. We've seen him now jump out twice. Trying to go grenade other side. Peeks around, finally gets one of them. This is the way you play around the BRDM. Just keep using it for cover. Always try to keep the driver's side opposing away from where any of your enemies are, so that way you can just get a couple of shots, juke it back in and out. And T1 is committed into this. They want these kills. Petrichor Road is moving aggressive to see if they can third party or at least go after who manages to survive this firefight.
Here's another point there. Oh, Type, get back in. That zone is hurting, and yeah, there you go. Heather will pick up the last one. And T1, they do lose E-End in the process here, but they collect 3 kills. They still have their BRDM. Hopefully they have a repair kit, because that thing is pretty busted up, and everybody is looking off into the north to see if they can take them out.
Petrichor Road going to regroup in circle. Says, it's gotten too quiet. We don't want to jump on this just yet. VP also has a foothold inside the circle. They're going to need to regroup. VP losing most of their compounds. There is like that one bit of a building that's going to be in there, but they don't want that one. No surprise. Instead, they're going to go more of the hillside. But the hillside, not really going to stay in either. Let's do a quick listen on what's going on with them.
They don't need. I have them. For them.
I also need 5.
I have 2 tips for them. I have 5.
Coming down to orange now. I raise mark for myself.
Okay. Here, take the tips in the fucking car.
Performance or
okay. 2 nades in the car. Take them. Okay, let's focus now. What the fuck do we need to do? We need to play against the shack.
I have more util. I can bring more util if
I have an emergency flare car. Should I throw it on you?
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess the fucking yellow play with smoke slowly, right? They have okay.
Yeah, but watch your emergency.
There is team. Yeah, we need to wait for pool.
Yes.
They're gonna play with smoke slowly, right? Okay.
Yeah, but watch your emergency. Watch your green waypoint. Watch your emergency.
Blue is full holding me also. Like, stay on you if you can with smoke or something. My spot is not good.
We can stay here.
I don't have any smoke, so I'm the one to smoke. I'm gonna stay. I need to come to you.
Just play right side here.
Like that decision making on their part. It looked like they were considering taking out supers, but then realized Vitality would be in a position to third party them. So Instead, they're just going to stay in their spot right now, especially that circle pop.
Hate to break it to you, VP. No matter what you do, somebody's about to third party you. This circle's got nothing in it. There's no cover, and pretty much everybody wants to get into the circle now, as there are 10 teams alive and Corexi, some of the players for VP. That's about it. That's the only ones inside the circle right now.
Yeah, I think VP will be happy with the fact that they decided not to try to make that push to clean out supers in the shack, although there's 3 members of supers in that shack right now, as we got some action sports going on here. Petrichor Rogue going to fly over the top of T1, but Ming Ming will go down for I-26 going to go down. Everybody's going to go down. Petrichor Road gets taken out as T1 still plays along this roadside, focusing down on anyone's legend. They know they have to leave here eventually.
That's so big. Did you see the Type only had like 40 rounds? That car crashing on top of him just provided him so much more loot than he had just a moment ago. Super's life, not the best. This is everybody stacked into a shack. Doesn't feel good.
Ghost riding car just rolling down the hill. I'm not sure if that was from I assume it was from Vitality, as they're kind of make their move here. Purdy Curdy gets spotted out. Luke 12 now. The last player left alive for Team Liquid, trying to see if they can maybe get a 1v2, maybe get a point off of E-Arena here. As Patapong down to half HP. Luke still just playing around the outside. He got knocked really low. I think that was about 17 just uphill. And yeah, he goes down to the blue zone grenade from Patapong. So well held by E-Arena. And now Team 17, they've got to see if they can get the res on the Lil Ghost team.
E-Arena's still just got to get into the circle as well. That's maybe a car fortification. They've got the Doritos over here. That's in circle, and that's about the best they're going to find. So it's something where a lot of people don't have anything. Super's got vision from their shack up onto this high ground, and they are trying to make Vitality's life as miserable as possible.
Vitality doing the same thing. That smoke wall is being laid down so they can get into grenade range, and Supers has to be having the happy feet running around outside of their comfort of their shed, trying to do the same thing back to Vitality, but they get spotted in the back. Corexi gets the knock on a Gooman. A nice grenade from Hello My Bad will take down another one, and it looks like Supers might be not much longer for this world, deal alive by the grace of the shack.
So many cars out surviving the players that were driving in this. This is an interesting situation. The way that this hill sets, this is its own arena of firefight. Everything that's going on to the east, it doesn't have vision just due to how this hillside sets. So that's why we're seeing this be very brutal over here, is there's exploitation capabilities. Over into the east, though, 17 trying to find a path into the circle. Going to be right next to JDG E-Arena after dealing with Team Liquid just down to the south of them. And of course, let's not forget anyone's legend just on the X-skirts, on the outside of what's going on with JDG.
Yeah, it looked like JDG actually did a favor for anyone's legend. They took out T1 and then immediately went down themselves. So anyone's legend were able to finally leave their compound without getting camped on the way out. So they managed to keep 3 alive. We'll see if they can get a little bit more coming from that north side. But Vitality, Levante, once again from range. Vitality is exerting so much influence over this lobby, as a nice grenade from Wenbo will take down the arena.
Vitality's kind of farming over here, dude. Like, they found some good positioning. They now have the hillside, so it's going to be them and VP jockeying for that. 17, though, they still have to get into circle, and anyone's legend right on top of them is going to make this a bit scary for everyone, as 2 squads fighting each other for hilltop control, and 2 squads just trying to find a way to get into it. Completely open circle.
Yeah, I think the problem for all these teams now is, with the exception of anyone's legend, they've all been playing on these hillsides for quite some time. So you wonder how much smokes they have left, how much utility they have left to try to make their way further into this game. Vitality already 2 knocks, another one now as Levante goes down, and Hello My Bad, the last one left alive, as Vitality just getting slowly picked apart here. VP doing a great job playing in from the south side, but they have to watch their back. 17 starting to wrap down to the south.
Yeah, that's what I was about to call out. 17 opted away from anyone's legend. We used the distraction of the firefight that was going up on the hillside just to the west of them, so they managed to sneak in. This is more pressure now, specifically on the last member of Vitality. Just kind of trapped over here, as VP has gotten that control area. This is the VP that we were expecting. A lot more control and methodology coming out. Now sitting up into 7th place. A big potential game for them.
Oh my God,
17, boy, they want to do it to anyone's legend.
You kidding me? Just dropping the mortar in phase 7 in the middle of the road. Goodness gracious. Well, anyone's legend have to have the happy feet, avoid the mortars, and it looks like they'll do so for now. And somehow anyone's legend still have 3 cars up there, but it doesn't matter. Winbo will hit the big knock on to destroy from that southern side. Virtus Pro finally don't have to worry about that last member from Vitality. Hello My Bad goes down to the blue, and now they can spread out a little bit more here on this western side.
The whole lobby in trouble. 17, who is in first, managing to make it into the last stages of this, and finding kills is bad for everybody. VP has a player close and beamy. We know he can be tricksy. Find himself a kind of cool point to play from. He's got 2 frag grenades, and a lot of 17 is all stacked up on top of each other. Anyone's legend still being held out. They've got to move into this new circle, and it's going to be brutal to do so.
Yeah, 17 stacking on each other right here is very, very scary. But look at Little Ghost. He's looking over in that direction of Beamy. I'm not sure if he spotted something or if he's just looking to make sure that they don't get snuck up on. Yeah. But 17 playing this really, really cautiously on the south side. I mean, considering they were just mortaring people, they've all of a sudden just gone prone on their bellies and are sneaking it out.
There's nothing in this circle. This is a completely flat section once you get up on the hillside, up from where VP is playing. So nobody has anything to work with. You can see it's just shields and whatever smokes you still have. And I think that's why we saw them trying to commit in with throwing down those smokes and go for the mortar, because they wanted to get rid of anyone's legend. They wanted to have at least some level of maneuverability to deal with VP. VP has this hillside. They've got so much control, but here come those nades. I knew it was about to happen.
The absolute patience from Beamy here. Finds one off the first grenade. Will follow it up with another, and it's going to land right on top of Wenbo as Xiaowu goes down as well. Tiantian and Lil Ghost are surviving just via the smoke, but Beamy, as soon as he throws that second grenade, he's on the move once again. He will get some support from Lucarux, but the rest of the team is focusing down on anyone's legend. Clinical stuff coming out here from Virtus Pro as Beamy hits another one through the smoke.
Control galore over here for Beamy. He's containing 2 different squads. Anyone's legend in trouble on one side, 17 on the other. VP angles galore, and it is just open territory. Anyone's legend now down and out, and it is just 1 player up, and Beamy's in the smoke.
Stacking points and making sure that they collect as many as they can. 1 more remains here for Virtus Pro. Beamy will be the man up front. Here's the gunshots as 17 will just donate it over to the blue. Actually, no, it gets picked up, so Virtus Pro gets every last kill. What patience. What actual clinical dismantling of those last 2 teams in the lobby from Virtus Pro.
I mean, from so many squads on that one. VP did a great job on playing circles and dealing with so many threats. Kalaris, it felt like this whole circle series was just dealing with continual 3rd and 4th party.
Yeah, am I stuck in a time warp? I feel like we just interviewed Team Liquid, lol, and it was Virtus Pro, and then they come out and win this one. So was that supposed to happen after this? I'm not quite sure, but it does look like Virtus Pro, with an outstanding victory mark, now propels themselves, rockets themselves into the stratosphere on the leaderboard.
You underestimate your power. Bring on a Twisted Minds interview next, please, James. But back to your point. Back to your point.
It'll be Team Liquid next, but not Team Liquid. Anyway, go on.
Right, see. But they needed it today. Not a great first day. Obviously, they had not a bad survival stage. And this kind of transition day, this midday on a 3-day final is what a VP needs. We've seen them kind of work their way through. They got a good first game. Getting a win here is going to really skyrocket them up, and that's what they need.
Yeah, what is this, Poro, whilst you were casting this? Is this Virtus Pro back to normal, or is this them being fortunate on that side? What did you take from Virtus Pro's win here?
I mean, everything that they did there was so well done. And even on the listen-in, we could hear the comms were getting really excited, right? Like they were really hyping themselves up to go and make that push onto supers when they were inside the shack. But then all it took was one person to be like, you know what, let's stick it out, let's wait. And all of a sudden everybody was just like, sure, yes, exactly, let's do that. Like it was just very, very quick, very it seemed hectic, but if you were actually listening to them, it was just done really, really efficiently. Like it was I really liked it. And again, once you get that win, once you get that snowball rolling in the right direction, all of a sudden things become a lot easier, right? Comms are a lot more. The vibes are better. People are more willing to take criticism when you're winning, right? So I think this is a good start for Virtus Pro, obviously, after what has been a rather forgettable PGS 1 and 2.
No, absolutely. I think one thing that you really took away from that is the fact that Lucarux and Kirexi specifically were far more vocal than I normally hear them in the midst of the miasma of Nixie, which is just over. It's strong. It's powerful. It's a powerful miasma. But with that said, there, Matrim, the fact that the energy is high, that was something that they said themselves was lacking from the previous two. That should bode well for them here.
And that was a very difficult set of circles to play. Let's not talk any trash about it. Like, you had to really control a lot of very strong territory. We saw that. They were playing off of timings so well, realizing whenever anyone's legend was going to make it. And by the way, anyone's legend made it late in the game. Can we also account for that?
Hooray!
That's great to see as well. Hooray.
Good for them.
Good to see you. But I mean, the overall leaderboard's now starting to get a bit more space in a couple of spots, and that scares me.
Yeah, of course. Anyone's legend
2100 damage with 3 kills, though.
Yep, that's definitely something that you wouldn't really expect. And the thing is that they are part of copy and paste, right? Mark here did Anyone's Legend, and I was kind of happy that the circle didn't just bear down on those buildings, because if you get those buildings, you win things out and you're able to hold out. Yeah, you kind of get a free win, but this circle tested people a little bit more.
Yeah, it's difficult, especially for the guys coming in, Team Vitality and VP on that sort of west. It's really exposed, and DN got exposed, and obviously then it was kind of a head-to-head battle with them. But we were sitting in the green, wasn't we? Until it shifted away from the hard cover, it was like, yes, this is going to be a good circle. It's going to be a bit of chaos. The only problem is 17 game was still there, and while they're still there, it means they're still getting points. So extending lead slightly, they need to be sort of taken out a little bit earlier.
You can see the death stare of Kirexi there, but it will be Nixie for taking the man of the match for this one. As I say, he is he's loud and proud a lot of the time.
The miasma himself.
We've coined a lot of nicknames in the past. I don't know if the
I don't want that one to stick.
That's not sticking.
I feel bad because it's like, to me, it invokes like this aura of smell and grossness. So it's like, you just think like, oh, I've encountered him at land. That's the miasma right there, baby.
To do with a swamp or bog. Let's not tell him about this. It was just an overwhelming
Nobody
force
say anything.
is what I was trying to go for.
Okay, so we want to divert away from the miasma. what was 17 doing there at the end? I mean, you feel like they're being aggressive because they're mortaring people from the middle of the road, but like that didn't, in my mind, feel like a going for the win type play, right? Like I don't know what the hope was, but it didn't work out.
All I need to know is that 17 got to the late game again, Poro, and that does not necessarily bode well for the rest of this lobby here for this Erangel. We are going to go to a break, gentlemen. When we return, no more miasmas. Maybe we'll get a different interview. Maybe it'll be Team Liquid versus Pro. Who knows? Maybe we'll predict the next winner. It'll be a completely different team. But after this, it's game number 3 here for day 2.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Beamy. Hey, I had a chance to talk to Beamy just before. I said, you are going insane. You're peaking, top fragging. And he said, what you tell me?
I didn't really do much this game. I'll say it was my teammates that did a lot.
We love a humble king. All right, well, VP has been the most consistent team last year, and it seems like today, the match that we just saw, it looks like you guys are getting back to your original form. What was the talk like for the team to, you know, get so locked in instantly?
I mean, I think we didn't really change much from yesterday, but it's mostly just that we improved a lot throughout the PGS 1 and 2 we played so far. And today we just have had a bit more luck with the circles, I would say, in the mid-end game, and we just managed to like close out the games and like score the points we could.
I actually talked to Corexy before, and I said, wish you a chicken, and voila, magic happened. All right, well, what do you want to wish for next?
Hopefully we can get another one.
All right, thank you, Vimy. With me. Bye. That was wonderful. Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm sitting here with S2G and Team Liquid. Hey, everyone say hi. Woo!
Hello.
Well, I have invited you guys to join me to play some Korean traditional games. Are you excited?
Yeah.
Okay, mixed feelings here, but as you can see on the floor, we have a wooden tile. You're gonna place that on your forehead, start walking, and make sure it knock over that other tile. Okay, who's up? Cowboy it is. All right. 1, go. Oh, he's calm. He is steady.
Go, 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 go.
Okay, look at that focus. Hustle, hustle. We're on time here. Maybe this is the chance. Whoa. Okay, and go.
비razcık sağa git. Sağa. Lan sağa.
Okay. First game goes to S2G. Sheila, how was that?
So easy.
So easy? All right. Let's see if Team Liquid can one-up you. All right, thank you. And that's all for our first game. Goodbye. Oh, 2. Okay, 2 from CC next. No, GG.
He didn't understand.
Nah, brah.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages,
we're back here for day number 2 of the PGS 3 Grand Finals, and it has been a rip-roaring adventure already. A bit of a fight back at the top of the leaderboards after game number 7, and Virtus Pro is reaping some of the rewards as they've been able to do very well in these last 2 games, getting themselves plenty of points and bouncing up to 3rd place, Matrim. That is bonkers.
Welcome back, VP. I mean, we all had faith. None of us doubted, not once. Not at all. We all knew that this was going to completely happen, right?
100%.
Nobody I knew was just like, oh, VP is done. Yeah, this is done. Yeah, anyway, off to the side of this one. VP, I think, is going to continue to try to find more successes after this. Now that they've got the breathing room with the squad, we often see that whenever they can get a couple of points, now they can relax more and start their chase in truth.
All right, let's take a look at everybody that was getting prepared just earlier on before all of this, and there's Virtus Pro seeming a bit more cool, calm, and collected coming into this final here, Mark. Don't know why that was very northern.
Where did that come out?
Don't know.
Back his box.
Where is the north?
Sorry, I apologize. We'll never know where the line is.
It sounded Midlands to me. I don't know.
No,
that's definitely not. It is definitely not. I think it's worth picking up that you guys have alluded to it. We see these guys talking more. This is not normal VP. There's something that's changed with them. Maybe they're settled. Nixie's normally the voice, not always the voice of reason, but definitely the voice for the team. But obviously with Corexy, Lukarak's now putting a lot more on the table. I think it's a change for VP and it's a change for better.
All right, well, thank you very much, Pora and Matrim, for joining us for this one. We are going to to Rondo here. Me and Mark will bring you all the action from this map as we get map number 9. We are almost basically at that halfway point. It's match 8. I'm a liar, so I can't do maths. But we got a central play path, Mark, to get things rolling.
We're there, thereabouts. Yeah, pretty much central, coming from the west across towards the east. It pushes right over Test Track and Linux Factory. So no, I suppose, concerns. A few teams will be pretty close when it comes down to getting some of the cars, but it should be pretty a fair drop.
Should be. And for 17 Gaming as well, a lot of eyes will be on them. 70 points at the moment here. As much as, yes, they've not got something huge in the past 2 games, they've still been able to keep up those average points per game. Gave a little bit of a gap on Petrichor Road now, as that 11-point gap does widen up. But if Virtus Pro's past 2 games is anything to talk about, it's the fact that still any team could easily make jumps into the upper echelon here and be able to challenge for at least podium, if not number 1, if 17 slips.
For me, Tiantan is an interesting topic now because he delivered 20 points coming into today. He's now on 22 kills. So has this steam expired? He hasn't kind of got the momentum here from day number 2. Yes, obviously a kill a game is not bad, right? Compared to some people, we'd be expecting more with such a high number from day number 1.
I don't believe in the slowdown for him anytime soon. I think that what I've watched as we get the circle, and it's very similar to what we saw for our previous rondo for this circuit final. I believe that what I've seen from PGS 1, 2, and 3 from Tiantian, when the 17 Gaming has been able to pop off, when they got the 80 points in group stage, when they got the, I think it was 58 or 68 points during their last survival as well before this tournament. A lot of it was Tiantian, man. He was ever consistent, a stalwart here for this roster. It's a little bit of a shame for guys like Wembo and even the veterans, because they're also great. Don't get me wrong, just Tiantian's been blowing out of the water.
So what we can do now, we do have a look at that sort of last map as well, and carry on that sort of topic conversation with 17. They were in farm at one point, then they went across to the east, they went to Lumberyard, then they came back to the South Road, then they went back onto the southwest side. Like, they were just freely driving around, and I think they're getting that confidence because where that position is on that leaderboard or where they are. But teams have to stop them. They have to put a deny to them, because if they keep making into a top 4 and getting a couple of points, you've got to beg to differ. Is this done and dusted for them? Hope not. But I'd expect some teams to maybe try and close the door on them.
You'd hope so. Make it more competitive towards the top and see what is going to be going on down. Now, what's interesting is, once again, for me, is that 17 Gaming is already moving towards that compound that became such a hotbed on Rondo yesterday. So the fact that they are moving there right now, already just 3 minutes into the game, does speak volumes about how well that could potentially work out a little later on down the line. And also, they're very disconnected from one another in kind of a 2-2. Vitality was pitching up alongside them as we are here for the 9th anniversary of PUBG. Crazy to think it's been 9 years, actually.
It's been good, though. It's been a good watch. Yeah, it's been really interesting. I'm a huge fan. Always have been. 17 early rotation. Are they trying to? Is today about placement points for them? Are they just trying to find centralized zone and hunker down, so to speak, as you say, and get those points from average and placement? Purdy wants to glider. Can it get airborne in time? He's going to arrive his head. He gets it as well. Nixie will fall in the glider, unable to get airborne.
Oh, I mean, these are the contests that are very important. Oh, it's flipped. Oh, you can push that over with a car. You can push that over, no problem. Maybe if Halo's coming on in, we'll see. But yes, these are the contests that are very important. We see in EMEA a lot. We saw Twisted Minds going for these kinds of glider positions. We saw Falcon be the victim of Team Liquid being ahead of them that entire time in survival stage and being able to qualify on through. Right? It's a very important tool to have, especially on this battleground.
It is important. Just Minds looking for the emergency pickup as well. They might be trying to go towards that north side and work their way back. Team Vitality with Dreadrock's rope might try and go towards that top, and can't push the glider that far because it gets denied. Nice try, guys.
Yeah, they tried. I get it. So what they may do here is come very late to the circle if they're super keen on the idea of a glider. They might actually just try and go alongside the west side of this map and see if they can find any more of the spawns, but they might also be contested, of course, by Petrichor Road and the like to try and find that.
did they put the blue chip in the glider and they were not interested in taking it?
Maybe, yeah.
VP might only be free now.
True. From Hongshan, I mean, would they be going all the way down there anyway to get a blue chip? I don't know. I mean, you've got time if someone would have kind of bailed on out. But yeah, if they've blown it up, then sorry, VP, your great run of those first 2 games might be coming to an end on the 3rd.
Salvation game for them. Let's see what they can do. They are normally quite good when it comes down to rondos and Tagos. They do like a wildcard map, so see what they can achieve. I think it gives them a little bit more freedom of movement, and that freedom of movement comes with aggression. Jordan's taking the emergency pickup now, looking to try and get some high ground. This is, give or take, pretty much in the center. As he'll glide his way in peacefully. Find himself now plateau. The goat himself, the king of the mountains, now starting to farm information.
We have Na'Vi getting themselves a BRDM. Where are they coming in from? On the south side. Interesting how they flexed out from Neox to go south and then are now coming back up north. So I guess they intentionally went outside the circle here to be able to get this on board, knowing that, of course, an extremely strong tool, especially in locations like this, right? Circles like this. Oftentimes when you're looking where Twisted Mine is around that kind of pillar and then kind of south of that between... Oh, damn!
Oh,
what?
disgusting.
Excuse me?
Get the vehicle, There's a Panzer. Space is, he swaps back towards the other side. Organ hand has to now reload. The RDM now backs off, but what an initial opening there. And those shots denying 4 AM.
That was extremely fast. Poor Winder. Got the wind knocked out of him quickly. Spaceman here down as well, as that reinforcing angle tries to come in. HS also down. 4 AM. From hero to 0, really, in some of these PGSs, gotta say, down at 16th and getting mullered by the PGS2 champions currently.
It's unfortunate for them. I think they had the setup right. They just second guessed that Panzer. And it was fixated. Shen refusing to go down. They might be fixated on the BRDM, but they're fixated on digging himself out of a hole now. It's a 1 versus 1 at the end of it. And Shen, he's got the shotgun. Jump shot, baby! And Na'Vi deny and give up a BRDM to 4 AM.
Definitely easier to make the jump shots happen with the sawn-off compared to just your M4 or the like in that moment. I say they were getting mullered, but you know what? From hero to 0, not at all. They are coming back. This is the hero arc, the redemption that they want from this one. 3 for Shen. Man, Shen, he's a little firecracker.
Wow.
Tian.
What a dig deep. Tian only on 2 kills, so
surprise.
He's doubled today. Yeah, no surprise here. JDG continuing the push. Grenade goes out the window. This is again for that centralized compound that which they took so early. Now slightly split. Now it's obviously DNS coming on that south side as DNS Snoop is going to be there. He does get the grenade as well. GG's. And JDG, second time running, get caught out with this compound.
Yeah, this is a hold compared to what we saw from like T5 going up against Gen G in their previous rondo, and Survival is a lot more stalwart, a lot stronger here from 17. They treated them very nicely and they were able to shut them down. Cobble 19 is down as well though. JDG, despite a good start for today, gone here in 15th place. So, but 17, they know what they're doing, man. I think that compound, if we get the circle bearing down on it once again, I think that they know exactly that they could win big from this one. It's a bit of a gamble to start at the very beginning of the game, but it's a good gamble nonetheless.
You got to think the consistency we're seeing some of the other teams. T5 going to the same compound on the north. They're going to try and hold. So I think they're hoping, will we see sort of that Team Liquid approach coming on that sort of west side? At the moment, they are coming in from that south. So they're going to have to readjust when looking at this zone if they think and believe that it's going to play out like it did in that survival stage. But for now, Myth, a couple of pop shots through the window, through the blue, but nothing found just yet.
Some kiss magic needs to happen for Myth, for sure. Still, again, middling at the moment. But they do have good old BRDM. I guess... Wait, where was Na'Vi's? Did they steal this off Na'Vi? Is that what's happened here? Is it? I don't quite recall.
4AM going to roll in the south side. They'll be... We'd have to give it away. They are caught in the other side. Kiss. Right, some kiss shots towards the tires to ensure they can't escape as quickly as they'd like to. VP on the other side of things. Now actually clashing with 4AM. Shen's got to dig deep yet again. And for Lucarux, unable to get through the window.
HSC, I guess
my
everybody wanted
days!
them. Jeez Louise. They wanted the reses. They wanted to get things going here for them, but it might be difficult for Shen. What else can you do? Virtus Pro is still pitching around this area and seeing if they can get a little bit more done. And BRDM, that's the one that, of course, they stole away. He tries to crash into it. That's an attempt at a delay, guys, just because they know that they do have Panzerfausts on board, and if they can get closer, get a little bit of range on it, it will be able to actually shut it down.
No need to shut it down now. The zone has shut down the hopes and dreams of the higher ground. It does shift back down towards that south for phase number 2. So T5 obviously going to move from their position. Is going to play into sort of Team Liquid as they enter in here a little bit more to the southwest. Saying that, VP, I think they want this as they are chasing it down. They're looking for the kills. They might be down a body, but they're not down and out of this fight. Panzer will come through. He hits the shot and has a reward claimed to BRDM.
What a spectacular shot. A moving shot on a target that wasn't even in the BRDM, had gotten out and tried to get out a dodge. Lovely stuff. As much as, you've lost one, Virtus Pro, I don't mind this smash mouth style coming in from Virtus Pro. If this is the energy that they needed to be able to get themselves back on the board, back on podium, back challenging for PGSs, yes, please. I want some more of that.
It's definitely that level of belief that we seem to be getting from VP at the moment. Airborne Panzer, free reward. Crexy grabs and nabs and he steals it. The other teams obviously have to work their way in, but does VP sit still? I feel like
it's a question.
They might want to push forward and get someone else now.
And there you go. Game number 3 of the day. A lot of people pitching up for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, they've done a little bit of work during the day, you know. An interesting little swing here coming on in from the pundits as for the other Korean teams like T1, for example, getting themselves this high ground. That's a good spot to be able to play this from, but eventually those shifts going to be coming away.
Yeah, plus the water in that northeast corner. So shift away, it'd be delayed. You got a question of where did they go? Maybe just in front and take that kind of valley. Other side of things, though, just in mind's already moving or migrated from that test track up towards that north. Vitality have played in as well. So for T1, I think this is more of a sit and wait. Got the shields and should be able to farm out a ton of information.
Should be. Maybe some kills. Again, the only thing that I've always been concerned about in these kinds of level of lobbies is that teams are so good at negating the lines of sight and being able to dance around these pillars, making sure you're not really being able to farm too much from them. Like, if you compare that to the Therathon 5 farming situation on Miramar, where they had the high ground, I think that people just didn't expect them to be in that position that late into the game and have that high ground still in play. But I'm on board here with the Toolins and the boys from Twisted Minds. You can't really know exactly what they're saying, but we're analysing what they're looking at and what maybe their pings as well as waypoints are going to be telling us.
Look at the waypoint, look at the exit plan that they've got. They are going to look to try and play down. I think they're expecting that zone to shift down towards their southeast. So they're sort of waiting, watching.
Maybe the circle.
Yeah, as you can see, Battalion is just looking ahead now of the guys. As they want to try and scout forward. Zone's about to pop, and it's all about this control.
Yeah, let's stay on this until we see the zone pop, and maybe we can see what they might react with. Okay, looking towards the coastline, at least, or at least looking towards this and seeing if they can actually rotate across the road, which becomes the next problem point. But the problem that for them exists is that they do know, I think, that Myth is ahead of them along that line, and they see the BRDM in the distance. That is Myth making that cross, so they know that if they're going to take that line, they're going to be backfilling the position of Myth here, so they want to take some shots to try and stifle them.
And they've seen the car turn back towards them as well, so for them, there's no need to move. They've got the control. You can see instantly Battalions went across to that water with his marker. Like, for me, it's telling them that it's going to play back again. So just kind of stick, find out where these teams are rotating, and know where the hotbed is going to be. On the other side of things, though, everyone runs towards the hotbed on the coastal side. And the Myth right in the middle of things. Crazy Raccoon picked to try and take this one. Well, they take an early knock and an early flush.
Oh no, the experts' predictions going down the pan here with Crazy Raccoon taking that knock. Inonix is a huge component of some success here from Crazy Raccoon. More nades go sent forward there against them. That's perfect! Oh, Scappy takes glass. And I'm surprised that didn't do more damage here to the duo, but here, here comes the BRDM.
Doritos!
I thought that was going to be 2.
They don't know.
The price of 1. Myth will run past.
45.
The Panzer. They find a new team. I think that's a bit of surprise here from Myth. Flash will go over towards the top. The BRDM, though, backing away, trying to find some sort of level of safety, but it's down to Scappy, and he's at the top here, and it's going to be dangerous for him. And I don't think he knows about the body behind him. He just runs past and he spins, but no, he doesn't get the scores. And then Raccoons bite once more.
I think Myth. You're totally right. I think they had no clue. They came around the corner expecting to see 1 or 2, and then they saw 4. And they were like, oh, no, this is a disaster. But Alo here is looking to clean up some of that disaster on the other side. Rossiter Jr. down, extra down. Alo doing a lot of work there for Team Liquid. And wants to get out of dodge. As you said before, this is the hotbed, and you do want to try your very best to alleviate some of the pressure that's going to hit down on here.
Pressure's coming in the ways of Mortifier at the moment. Alo, the master so far in the masters of these. So now dance around the edge. Car fortification has been situated up. VP, oh my god, I was about to say who's got the mortars. VP corrects, he finds 2. It's down to Luke. As Luke 12 goes for the jump, trying to find the high ground. He's going to try and peek over the top. And T1, they were hoping to sit quiet, but they are sitting very quiet, praying the Mortifier doesn't hit them.
The issue is this was a perfect setup for Virtus Pro, because this was kind of like Looker being a rangefinder for them, and he actually doesn't get quite the best trade here off against Luke 12. He was completely disconnected. He was the rangefinder, so that mortar was perfect to start things off. But another problem exists that everybody effectively has a rangefinder on this spot. They know that this was always going to be a hotbed. Send mortars this way. Maybe you're going to get fortunate about some connections from all the other external positions on this, and it sent us up directly here. This is going to be a bad time in this game, mate.
This is a horrible timing now. T1 using smokes and trying to survive out. Twisted Mind's focal point now towards the high ground as they've got to get moving on in. The zone, as you say, has fixated onto the high ground. The shift is going to be interesting to see how it remains and which side T1 goes. And that's, a weapon of mass destruction as it falls down the mountain.
The battering ram. We got to breach the wall.
Digosaurus is gone.
Please. Maybe they were going to use it to slide down slowly.
Cowboy's like, what's
cool.
that? What's that?
Wait a minute. He's confused. I want to see their camera as he saw that.
Yeah, well, that could have been an escape plan for them. I suppose they all jumped in and paddled their way off. Cowboy, not what he's used to seeing. But at a distance, VP on 2 kills, but only on 2 players on the south side here. Twisted Minds have started to make their move in. Dangerous. Petrichor Road had an emergency pickup, and it will be timed, I think, to perfection. They will be airborne. The question is, are they going for the high ground, and can they take it?
Yeah, that's a huge question. I feel like they might get blasted out of the air.
100%.
This is very late into proceedings here for Petrichor Road. I guess they feel like they have no choice, right? Like, trying to get in from against where Virtus Pro is, against where anyone's Legend is, trying to wrap around. Technically, they don't know that there might be a bit of an entry point on the exact east entry, but here we go. All right, hold on to your seats. Hold on to your butts. Let's see if this works.
And the top's clear. They're going for it as well. I mean, first down. He's going to get the parachute on. He's going to miss the first. He gets tucked in slightly by Cowboy. But they haven't made the high ground. Now, Heather gets the first. They exchange backwards and forwards. The grenade will go off. Type will get the confirmation. And it is a bit of a blast. And everyone on the outside is looking in for a kill.
Yeah, I said hold on to your butts, and this is why. It's not gone exactly how they may have wanted it to. I-26 down, Chewy down. It's only on 1 here for Petrichor Road. It was a very much Hail Mary. What were they going to try and do from where they were? I understand it, but it has not really fully worked out.
Yeah. It was a play. Better than the boat play, should we say.
Of all time, yeah.
The thing he played didn't quite work out. Just might be cautious now. Dean Snoopers rotate their way around outside of zone to get the angles on Twisted Minds. As example, finds an opening. They have a confirmation. As for 17 Gaming claim a point. And Dean Snoopers being the aggressive against Twisted Minds, arguably they get punished.
Cheeky deal lying down in that smoke there, getting the heel off and just being able to move forwards. Levante was trying to predict his movements based on when he entered the smoke, which would have technically been correct had he not just lied down. Moldox has him dead to rights, and he is gone. That's DN Super's done. Not many points for them on the day so far. It's been a bit of a disaster, considering that they were towards the top of the leaderboards, and now they are being leapfrogged by plenty of teams.
Leapfrogging. Keeping gaming. Closing. They clutch on it. Julian so stands strong. And he stands strong for long enough. 17 denied. 12th place for them. Can we see Twisted Minds get the versus back on? Team Vitality see the opportunity to get their neighbor gone as well. Levante queued up a grenade over the hill. Not too far away, but it doesn't get the damage that's needed.
Yeah, and what's also important is that Levante didn't quite have the reinforcements straight away to be able to make this push all the more aggressive. Now they are coming along, but that is buying valuable time here for Twisted Minds to be able to get them back on the board.
That's great.
Goes an 8 forward, though. He doesn't quite know somebody's on the car on the left-hand side here, but Tullins is looking this way. Hello, my bad actually does connect with one of those nades on example. So this is perfect stuff from them. Oh, it almost bounced off the tree. Little seat swap from Batulin's trying to negate some of this damage as well. More Molly Dobbs coming forwards, and that's an easy spray here for Levante to shut this down. Great stuff against Twisted Minds in the end.
What a play from Team Vitality. They knew that Twisted Minds were bleeding and they could potentially get a foothold back on this side of the zone for Team Vitality. That was a great play.
Not bad at all. And now where are they going to go? I think that one thing that really bode well for them was the fact that they were able to punish people as they came across the road, right? It's not exactly the easiest spot for Twisted Minds, for 17, for DM Supers to try and make work. Vitality did brilliantly being able to deal with that. That said, though, the high ground's still in play, Mark, and that is a thorn in the side for Vitality right now.
Yeah, they lose someone transition. They have to try and get that resident full send as well. Zone is coming in, so in the trunk and away they go. Type gets the line shots, can't quite get there. End with an underarm grenade, finds one, but he can't quite find the angle. He's looking for it. Oh, he gets shot. His Corexia at distance will put End down. He's looking for the flush as quick as he can.
The Virtus Pro salvage points are coming in strong still, despite losing one very early in this game. The first casualty, effectively, of this game. And now T1 still sat on the high ground, realizing that they can still convert quite big on this one. Tian, 25 kills compared to the closest being Nixie. If anybody's going to knock him off the perch of MVP, they got to do it soon.
I'm really interested to see how these teams get off. What time they get off. No! He's dead. He's taking a tumble. He's saved in the end. And Heather, my bad, greets him with a jump shot kill. Heather will fall down. He saved it somehow. I can tell you it doesn't work out for me when I fall off the mountain.
No, Heather, man. Okay, he was trying to cut it way too close, like, for that. And also, why give it up? Like, why give up the high ground currently for what that could have potentially been? I'm not sold on that one.
I like it. It's aggression. I think he was trying to get further away to shoot back, but it's chaos, right? It's chaos. That's why we like the chaos, but he's definitely giving them some points up. The zone has shifted away from the high ground. Everyone has to come off from being a mountain goat and get themselves back into the fight. Anyone's legend, though, the Panda's on the ground. Now with 3 kills, down to 2 bodies, and the replay was disgusting. GG's observers.
Yeah. I see your angle, though, right? As we watch T5 actually angle out the Vitality position completely, and a big spray from Solozzi on this BRDM. But I get it, because technically T1 always had to come off. So, okay, if you're going to have to come off the high ground, maybe you can get some kills alongside the other side of the mountain when those teams are trying to scramble as well. So I do understand that aspect, but Fluky here still surviving somehow for T5. A perfect underhand nade on Hello My Bad, and it's up to Quizzy here to really get things going.
Just get wide. He was playing hot potato, but he was going the distance with it. Does find one, doesn't find the confirmation, but T1 on the other side finds Quizzy. So Team Vitality, the aggressor, on towards Twisted Minds, but they don't claim much more from there. T5, 8 kills. They have to find a rotation path in. They have a decision to make. They've come across teams either side of the mountain, but I feel like they have to commit to one.
I feel like we're at the point where we might get the token-free E-Arena victory of the tournament, as we did get them having that compound in survival stage. But for this one, if you look at the map, man, they have the entire east on lockdown, and everybody on that northwest side is going to have to fight one another, and then E-Arena can pick up the pieces.
It's really interesting terrain here. Lots of dips, lots of hills that teams can play around. I love that Corexi has gone round to that west to try and find more and more kills he can. Again, it's survival. They're trying to get as much as they can, maximize this match number 8 for them. Now he retreats back. T1 rotate his way. Shots come through, puts him down to 1 HP, but then the blue zone will come out. I really like this. This is an active play from VP.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Not bad at all. Any placement points Virtus Pro gets off the back of having lost one at the very beginning, I'm okay with. Never mind knocks and kills. But they are doing all right for themselves so far. And you know what actually might work out extremely in their favor? They might be one of the last casualties of whatever happens in the Northwest or West. So they might get really deep into this.
That's the thing. If they can hold the line here and they can force T1 into Team Liquid, they might pick up a couple of extra kills. T1, maybe not knowing exactly who's down here, maybe not understanding because they've been in the midst of things for quite some time. That actually, that might happen. And for VP, they might pick up an additional couple of points.
They may. There's Drexy and Beamy here getting raining. Not a bad start at all. We'll be looking for the flush, even though he's actually near some of those smokes. Purdy Curdy throws a nade through and connects with Type. So T1, all sorts of trouble, all sorts of problems. Beamy does see that, though, on that angle. And has to fall on back, thanks to Ian's off angle.
Crexy steps up, and T1 step out. We'll play for them. And you're VP. They are holding that Southwest as a dangerous duo. Team Liquid on 5 kills. They do need to get moving though, as they are now getting ready in the car. Smoke goes out, Grenade will go forward, looking for maybe a knock, but it doesn't really matter. They will have to play off the back of it. Alo makes the run, the car moves its way forward. It's going to have a look for a peek over the top. Has to be careful because the arena will start to see him.
Flashes forwards. What more can we do from that here? As Fluky, hello? I forgot you were even here. Okay, he's gone now. But he has actually put in quite a bit of damage there on Cowboy. That will slow down whatever they want to actually do with this. Anyone's Legends below them. E-Arena is slowly sucking up the entirety of this circle, basically. Looking to shut down every angle they possibly can. And even shut down the vehicles as well, but Destroy peaks on over. Nurins goes down. That's a bit of a disaster for E-Arena. They should have been able to control this.
Even look down, I'm so fixated on toward Team Liquid. E-Arena come round. It's not going to be just a pass and a win for them. They need want to get the kills as well. But VP store farming, and they farm well up towards 5. Team Liquid get caught on the split one more time. The car has to come off. It's Luke 12, and he has to run to the belly of the beast, and they will fall in 4th place.
Is this suddenly opening up for Virtus Pro? Because
yes,
I thought they were going to be able to be the last ones to survive the West, but the fact that E-Arena is losing 1 or 2 members on all of this means that suddenly it goes from being a 2v4 down the line to whatever this is going to be. And now, I'm not betting against Virtus Pro anymore. I was initially, but this could go wild.
Something has been in their Kool-Aid. I'm telling you, they've had the coffee. And now they are reaping the rewards. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1.
If they win
just
this.
How are they playing? This split, they're having micro battles themselves. The question is, can they win the war? Crexy using the car just to go into the smokes, to have a look over the top, trying to find the solo player from anyone's Legend.
There was a moment where I thought they were going to try and move in underneath Beamy here, and I think they actually might still be. And if they do, and they don't realize that Beamy's on this rock, it could be a catastrophe for E-Arena here. I know that they're trying to deny the angles that they lost a player to in the north, and that's why the onus is on them here to move down south, but it could come back to bite them here, Mark.
Watch when Beamy makes the call. Crexy is going to do a 180 turn. It's going to be James Bond style. He might collapse in and help out Beamy on the south. At the moment, he's holding, but he's holding the smoke and just trying. Look at the farm of information he's getting at the top of his screen. He's waiting. He knows if someone is behind that bus, they are going to have to move first.
Needs to smoke again, though, soon. It's going to dissipate, so he's going to have to get out, throw one down. Yep, as you can get away with this for as long as you've got smokes, and it's a very good tactic here in this format. Just move on back so it's not in danger, and then move forwards again to protect it. Very well done here by Curexy. Small micro decisions will make all the difference here for him.
This is now where the chess game appears. The heavyweight, should we say, the teams that had the numbers coming into this late battle, they already gone. It's the arena that had the bodies, but they lost one. They were playing in passively on that east side. I like they activated as they wrapped around towards the northeast corner to try and close any other team out. But it's always been fixated and focused on VP. Crexy getting understanding one's going to be there. He's on fire. He makes the sprint forward. He's been mollied. He's in danger. He's going to check the car off. He doesn't know he's there because he actually jumped out in the smoke.
Yes. So that actually now means that Curexy is going to play a little bit more cautious. This does play against Virtus Pro at the moment, but he throws a flash forwards to try and slow that down, realizing that now on his east side, I should say, he may end up being peeked at by the arena, so he's got to be very cautious about this. I think slowly but surely, okay, they're going to regroup, realizing they can't hold this any longer.
And look at what Beamy moved. Beamy went and committed himself on top of the rock to provide the cover
he's
for
on fire
Crexy.
again.
He's always on fire. That's why he's in the top 3.
No, I meant the Sololzio.
Oh, okay.
And he's gone. Okay.
He's on fire now for one last time. He's going to be out in Fed. It's a 3 versus 2. Beamy now climbs towards the higher side to try and get the information on the approach on the east. They're going to reinforce. They move round towards the dot that's on the top side. Crexy, though, has moved in as well. Grenade's going to be here. We don't swear because when VP's going to get the win, they've got to do it big.
I swear, if they win this, it's a Na'Vi-like recovery. And they were in the bin at the beginning of today, and they've been able to do so much in these last 2 games. If they can somehow win this out, Qrexy takes a lot of damage, though. He's already done 800 himself, falls back to that rock at the moment. More nades go forwards from Beamy to try and shut down the off angle, but he goes back into the blue. That's damage, a lot of damage indeed, but he had to try and go for it to get some cover. More nades move forwards here from Arena.
Yeah, fortunately for Crexy, he's on the left peak. The Panther's coming its way around as well. He gets an idea, but it doesn't hit. Crexy, though, he draws into the danger. He assaults his way forward, though, as the charge happens. Gets a little bit of an initial spray, doesn't get the connection where he needs to, and finds safety on the other side. But the vibe from VP is looking good.
They're feeling it for sure. You push up into this smoke. Qrexy knows he's got confidence about him. They're trying to isolate. They realize that Opons might be alone on this. So going on this right-hand side here, smokes go down, trying to isolate him. Do take all, but Opons gets him. It's Arena taking the victory from the jaws of potential comeback in Virtus Pro. And that should have been Arena's for a lot of this game. And it did look dicey towards the end there. Of course, we've got Matrim as well as Porosaurus joining us to talk about this one. Matrim, that was close, and Arena should have had that and did get it in the end.
I mean, but it was dicey there for a second. VP on a tear right now, man. I don't know what changed, but today is their day. They are finding so much successes, and it's confident play. You guys said it in the cast. Running into the smokes, realizing how to play around it, and just going, okay, this is the isolated, let's go for this player. Let's try to see if we can turn this into a 2v2 and turn it all back around. But also, Arena starting something and finding some kills could be big for them.
Yeah, in a little disingenuous way, I kind of described it as the token Arena win, where nobody's really challenging them. Towards the end, though, Poro, they were challenged a little bit, and they played that steady, calm, and cool against the Virtus Pro. Admittedly, a man up, but they were able to take the victory.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing the same thing I did last game as listening to Virtus Pro's comms at the end there. But dude, it's so interesting, the support that they get from their knocked players. Like, the comms that they're getting are crisp, they're clean, they're relevant. It's not just a bunch of noise in their ears. Like, the calls were coming from Nixie. Like, it was really, really interesting to hear how they decided to try to play that end game. And I mean, I'm gonna say I feel like Arena got a little lucky there.
A little, with how everything actually worked out. And noise from Nixie. I would have never expected it. But of course, just take a look towards the late game for all of this.
No, it wasn't noise. It was good comms.
Good noise. I'll take good noise.
I don't know. I do think that noise is better than miasma, though. So Nixie the noise is not necessarily the worst.
No, we want to try and pivot from the miasma. Okay, I'm okay with that. Yeah, we watched these final moments as well, Mark, and there was a glimmer there where I thought Virtus Pro, man, they really are feeling this, and I thought they may end up taking it.
It comes down to mindset, though, right? We come in today, she said they were down in the dumps and had to work their way up, and with a close victory on that Miramar, and obviously able to sort of claim the mass amounts of points, and then coming in and get a victory. Going down a player so early, sometimes you go defensive. Not for VP. They saw opportunity, and they had a lot of space in the southwest, and they were able to capitalize on that. Crexy moves out, he does hold. Luke Rux was kind of being that kind of forward scout for them, getting the ability to get the mortar in. But even down to Beamy's hold, he knew that Crexy was going to be exposed, pushing forward on that mound, and Beamy took the action. He put himself in a dangerous position to keep his boy alive.
It's a quiet win for Arena, 16 points in total, and for Virtus Pro, I would normally say you couldn't ask for more of a salvage game than that, but you could because now they're in second place after 3 blinders, 3 back-to-backs in terms of impressive performances, going from what was down in the dumps, Matrim, to second place. It shows that anybody on this lobby could easily rise to the challenge.
I mean, VP is on a massive come up, not arguing it, is they're getting pretty close to assaulting 17th position, but also Anyone's Legend and Team Liquid have been on I would say, a minor come up of their own. They're starting to find successes in all the games today, repeatedly making it into the later stages and finding some kills.
Numbers tell the tale here for everybody, and it's all very even, Poro. I kind of understand it when it comes to having this high ground pillar still in play for as long as it was. Such a crazy location for everybody to actually kind of try somehow salvage any points that they possibly could. You can see where they really lost 1 player, right? They just didn't know Anyone's Legend was really going to be able to peak them when they did.
It was a silly game. It was a silly game, and it's like the only way I can think of to describe it. Like the T1 up at the top of that pillar for the longest time, and then Petrichor Road trying to join them, and just all the stuff going on the outside, on the periphery of the pillar itself. And that's kind of one of the reasons why Virtus Pro was so set up, and the arena, honestly, was so set up so well, because they never really made that full commitment there. As you see BB getting that player of the match, the man of the match himself. Yeah, we'll hush, not talking anything bad about Virtus Pro from this point on. But you know, it feels like we know what we're talking about. At the beginning of the day, we were saying, you know, you looked at who was sitting in the top 5, top 6, and it was all a bunch of Chinese and Korean teams, and we're like, oh my gosh, is this the resurgence? Well, it hasn't been consistent day to day for any of those teams, and so far today, with the exception of 17, I will say 17 has been able to kind of keep their stuff going and still separating themselves. Yeah. But like Petrichor Road has fallen down. All of our Korean teams have fallen down a little bit. So that's kind of opened the door here for a team like Virtus Pro that has a big day.
I feel like he's telling me specifically to shush as well during that commentary, Matrim, because I'm saying, oh, they've lost one early. Nixie's gone down after they've challenged for that glider. And then all of a sudden I was like, damn, I can't believe how much they've been able to do despite that.
I mean, you're seeing the heart come out from a lot of these teams right now, realizing the fact that, you know, things weren't necessarily going the best in some of these factors. I mean, we even kind of saw that with this comparison with Team Liquid as well, right? They had that pillar situation where they had several knocks, managed to try to get them back up before they were almost hit with a boat falling down from a pillar. But I mean, that's going to be what gets you, right? Is you rally up, you find ways to fix the problems that are being thrown at you. Anybody can just win if they get all the circles and everybody walks in front of them. It's how do you handle the knocks? How do you handle these bad positions? How do you handle the circle shifts? That's what's going to define your victory.
If it wasn't for Tian Mark looking so insane, Beamy will be trying to challenge for the MVP of this tournament. But so far, he is quite far shy of what Tian is putting up.
He's catching up, though. He's catching up. Every game they've been finding the top 2 position, right? So if they continue to do that, Beamy will be knocking on the door of 17 Gaming for an MVP. Look, for VP, that's a strong move from the leaderboard, and they've got to keep it up because it is that day of the migration. You know, a couple more games to go. They just need to get into a top 4, right? We look back at that graphic before. Team Liquid, they're getting into the top 4s, but they're not getting the kills, and that's the biggest difference. They're now falling a little bit short than we'd expect, but they're still sticking to their game plan, so you can't fault Team Liquid really.
Yeah, and I mean, if we continue on this trend for a little bit, the fact that we've got Tego coming up next, it's actually not a bad map for some of these teams that are dropping towards the middle positions, like a Virtus Pro, for example, that goes for these kinds of spots. So this could continue here. It feels like there's quite a lot of heart, as was mentioned by Matrim before, Poro, coming into what we're seeing from these results. Virtus Pro on the come up, Team Liquid on the come up, because they were beaten down, both of these teams, so hard in PGS 1 and 2. It was devastating to watch these two great teams really not have anything of it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you see the difference if you look between Virtus Pro and Team Liquid specifically, the difference it makes to have that big win that you can then build off of. Because, I mean, psychology is such a big part of what this game is when you're doing these 15 game stretches. Like, having to have those good vibes, that good positive mindset goes so far, and you can see what it's doing for Virtus Pro. Like, they're stacking good games upon each other. Even when they lose a player early on and put themselves in a bad spot, they're able to kind of still be successful off the back end of it. Whereas Liquid, you know, they haven't really had that one big game yet, but they're keeping themselves in the fight.
All right, well, it looks like we are almost ready to get into our next game. Mark, any thoughts before we move on into Tego?
I've got to see Twisted Minds up here. I think I nabbed them for a win here. They've not got many points today, guys, but I hope that we might see a Twisted Mind climb the leaderboard.
Well, they have a decent drop. They have a decent central spot usually here for a Tego, unless something goes completely awry. Well, that is it. Thank you very much, gentlemen, as we now give it over to Matcham and Porosaurus for all of the action here for game number 4. It is truly game 9 now for today.
Well, we've gotten a perfect playing path that's going over airport to start, but stays very southern and ends up, I mean, it cuts off what, maybe, I'd say about half of this map. You can still stretch to it, but this is kind of a crazy playing path for this map.
Yeah, just the whole northern island just cut off, right? So we'll see if anybody still makes a long drop or does drop for vehicles, goes north to do their looting coming in late. It seems like coming in late has just been really, really good for a lot of them. I mean, you look at that last game, VP and Liquid both came into that first circle really late as they ran into each other, obviously early on. But yeah, getting kind of being able to take your time, loot up, get a lot of meds, and just play from the edge coming in seems to be a recipe for success.
You hit on something that's kind of what we're seeing, right? We're getting a lot of centered play that's coming up. I would say, maybe 10 teams all trying to get as close to each other as humanly possible so that way they can survive there. But then we've also been getting a lot of hard shifts to follow. When you start getting a lot of hard shifts, it really throws off any form of centering meta that can develop out of it because the math just isn't in your favor anymore. Now all these other teams that are stacked on top of each other have to move, they have to kill each other. And if you're the late guy to the circle, suddenly you're just feeling it, man. There's nobody over where you're at. You got to take pot shots at everybody. And all of the teams that are competing against you are just dropping like flies.
Yeah. I mean, it stands to reason. It's just a lot easier to deal with those hard shifts whenever you're playing from the edge. Even if it shifts away from you, you still have the option of just eating a little bit of blue zone damage, coming in late and kind of taking your time to scout out where your next move is going to be. Whereas if you're playing from a compound in the center and you have to move out of that compound, everybody around knows exactly where you are. So it becomes an exercise in futility, it feels like, at this point with players that are this good and teams that are this on top of things to try to make your way out of a hard cover position in those hard shift situations.
Been seeing the circle kind of similarly and different variations. We've got Kanyang, and of course the hillside's going to be to the north of it. We've got the fields that are going to be around where we see airport. Then we've got the crossroads, like the big intersections that are just going to be off center to the west. Plenty of looting, but also a lot of verticality in play inside of this circle. So a lot of hilltop firefights where people are going to try and be getting covered compounds in the lower sections, getting harassed by everybody that's up high.
Let me see Team Vitality. They're kind of just south of center circle right now, just in Ouyang. They've got Petrichor off to the north, 4 a.m. off to the north, JDG off to their east. And I would imagine Team Liquid maybe makes that long rotation and comes in from the south side, but we'll see. Virtus Pro, meanwhile, also having to fight their way in from the west. Now, they do have Anyone's Legend in the arena that are further west than they, and then Navi kind of hugging that western side of the zone right now. So it's not going to be free path in by any means. So we'll see if Virtus Pro can get all 4 guys in this time. Not that it matters. Apparently, they're just as good with 3.
Yeah, I mean, hey, sometimes it's fine. You got to get vengeance for your boy whenever he goes down.
To Nixie. Nixie would probably prefer to play.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not the worst if you can just be eye in the sky for your teammates, providing some information, being like, oh, hey, there's a guy that's pushing this side, or, providing, I guess, because a lot of times whenever you get in those late game stages, if you're like the gunner and you have to fight your way through a lot of stuff, you can tunnel vision a little bit. One of the things I do like about VP is how great they are at keeping their head on a swivel.
Well, it also helps to do kill feed tracking too, right? Having that guy that's their one job. They don't have to worry about anything else. Now, obviously, you still prefer to have 4 boots on the ground, 4 pairs of boots on the ground, but you got to make the most of what you got. As we see Virtus Pro already on the move, looks like they're going to wrap down to the south. Liquid still taking their time in Songam. But Myth starting to kind of slowly make their way over in this direction. Navi, they were inside the circle on that western edge, but it looks like they're going to opt to go a little more towards the center. We'll see how close they get to Petrichor Road here.
This is intriguing because remember the way that the plane path came in. Yes, this is pretty much a circle that's centered on it, but also means that a lot of teams had to go for some secondary or tertiary drops.
And that means that it's going to be a lot more hesitation from, I guess, squads like Team Liquid that likes to come in a bit more formulaic, know where everybody's going to be playing. So no surprise on it. A smidge of hesitation on them before really making the send in. E-Arena going to be external from that, like you were talking about with Anyone's Legend. Now Petrichor Road going to spot out the rotating Na'Vi that just cannot seem to find the success that they had last week.
We also have this weird circle where an entire quadrant of the zone essentially is out of bounds, right? So there's no real way to do the big long wraps as Ming Ming will spot out a Hagatory. That's an L. Oh, Booster gonna go down as well. And Na'Vi, their troubles continue as Spiro goes down. And now it's just down to Fairest. We'll see if he can escape and at least survive a little bit longer.
That was a catastrophe. This is just kind of how this week has been going for Na'Vi, right? It's PUBG can be like that sometimes. You feel like king of the world, and then the next week it's just you can't figure out how to make it work for you. As now Fairest all by himself, just hunkered over here. I mean, this is all he can do. I mean, he doesn't want to go for that compound because he's afraid somebody's going to crash it.
It's just such an aggressive call, though, considering the plane and considering the time in the game. Like, we're 5 minutes in. I'm surprised that Na'Vi thought that they could go that far into the zone, that close to center, and get away with it. So unfortunately, they find out the hard way. The Petrichor Road already there. Pretty much everybody is already inside the center of the zone, really, with the exception of Team Liquid and E-Arena on the south side, and one more player from Crazy Raccoon. Oh, and Nonix actually running right into the middle of Anyone's Legend now, too.
Oh, you can't trust trees and TPP, man. You think it's safe, you think you can stop, and problems, and whoa! Nixie does spot out Jacob, and Jacob spots out Beamy, though, so, I mean, not necessarily an equivalent exchange, as there's a decent chance of a res, but notice Kiss wrapping around. Baron on the other side. This is its own containers. Himas, man! Oh no, Fairest, not like this. Not by Anyone's Legend just chasing you down. Oh, that hurts.
That's tough, man. That's so tough. Yeah, I mean, they try to retreat from whence they came, and unfortunately, Anyone's Legend is the trailing team. They're the one team that was actually off to the west that decided to come into the west, into this circle. All the other ones decided to wrap around south, so bad luck there for Na'Vi. But Myth still scrapping here with Virtus Pro in the hills. The smoke's being laid down. The res has come through. Myth not able to get their man back, but they're sticking around to see if they can maybe find a kill here, maybe get that chip. But that's aggressive because Virtus Pro is waiting for it, but Scappy will get the knock on a Nixie.
And now what do you do if you're VP? You were had a little bit of a contain going on, but Myth is just brute forcing their way around it. Baron's taking a lot of damage, but does get the knock on a Correxy. This is starting to go a little bit awry. VP, 2 players still up, and Myth still has high ground. Lucarux on one side of this in some trouble, but you can see it's going to be Beamy making the hunt, trying to go after Baron. Baron peeks back over, but Beamy gets the beam onto Baron.
Well, Beamy really is making a run for Tianjin's MVP spot. He's got a few more kills left to go to get there. Scappy tries to do the drive-by, and judging by the kill feed, it doesn't work, and he ends up taking a lot of his health in damage there. As this is kind of like a battle between the team that has just had everything go their way, so they feel like they can take any fight, and a team that desperately needs some points to go their way because they have just been struggling. Scappy will avoid the damage from that grenade. The heal off just in time. Beamy coming back. Oh, nice shots from Scappy, but the grenade will do it.
VP survives. E-Arena, while close, just taking some external shots. Probably has time to right themselves back up, but Lucarux already on the run. No, E-Arena now starting to move more aggressively back behind this one.
Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, this is just the vultures circling, and now it's a back down to a solo.
Oh, yeah. The hills are alive with the sound of destruction. Yeah, that's the bad part about having those fights that last that long, especially in a time when all these teams so many teams are still on the move, on the rotation. It's just a real easy third party, and you know, a team will be driving by, they see a bunch of smokes, they see the kill feed lighting up, and they're like, you know what, this sounds like a very, very easy stop and drop and get a couple points in our pocket. But you see Lucarux still alive in Buxun Sa. We'll see if maybe he gets a hankering to go after those chips. Everybody likes chips, man.
Yeah, I mean, Except for the Doritos right now. The Doritos are really mean. I don't think a lot of people are enjoying those too much, as the circle is very settled. It's calm. Just due to the fact that there's so many different arenas to firefight in right now. All of these hills have kind of created their own
53 players.
Yeah. all the hills have kind of created their own containment areas. Updates on rotates that we were looking at earlier is Team Liquid has come in a long wraparound south. They did opt into going kind of along the wall over there. So should be spacious. They've got plenty of space to play from, of course, but New Circle Pops reveals does lean a bit to the south. Ouyang still in it. To the north, Crazy Raccoon, as well as T5 need to regroup.
Yeah, Liquid also getting that care package drop as well, so they get a little loot infusion for themselves as we see JDG and AL running into each other. Anyone's Legend going for the aggressive play, trying to get that high ground towards the center of the circle, and they find out the hard way, just as Navi did. Hilltops are not safe. As JDG will...
There's a lot of people...
They get one.
There's a lot of people that are thinking about this hilltop, though. Team Liquid, one side of it, they made a real bold push in. T1 on the other side of it, so T1 at least spotted out anyone's Legend retreating away. Other side of this is going to be Super, taking some shots at T1, so looks like T1's just going to retreat in Kong Nuong. Just call it good.
Yeah, man. That's like the super safe, non-aggressive play for T1.
Not my T1.
And that's just kind of, yeah, I mean, that kind of feels like the bad version of T1 that we got. Like T1 when they're aggressive, when they're pushing fights, when they're third partying things, when they're wrapping around and controlling space, that's when they get a bunch of kills, and that's when it feels like they're playing at their best. Right now it feels like they're just they're playing for late game, which is a good strategy as well, but it just doesn't feel like that's where they particularly get the most success.
I feel like this is a change of coach style symptom, right? Whenever we were seeing T1 in the way that they were playing that aggressive switch up styling, a lot of it was probably due to Sonic. And where did Sonic end up going? Oh, of course, Crazy Raccoon, the squad that loves to play aggressive. So this is just going to be, I guess, feeding the nature of the beast over there. And one of the reasons why we have seen them just be so scrappy and involved, where T1 is now leaning into more of that, I guess, safer meta until you got to jump in circle 4, circle 5, and hope that you get a big fire.
This is so funny from anyone's Legend. Like,
I mean, good aim on the
situation the situation that they're in. Like they want to play this spot, they don't want to leave this spot, but the mortars are forcing them to make moves. As Sololzi's going to find one. Of course, it's Tianchan. Who would it be other than Tianchan? And they're still going to keep coming in. But yeah, anyone's Legend, they just keep driving around to try to avoid the damage. And looks like they'll get Sololzi back up and get back to driving and doing donuts. Oh, cold, no.
Is Red Zone, dear. You could do the funniest thing right now. After all of these mortars. It's on you, though. Depends on how you want to do it. Anyone's Legend. I mean, is Tiantan... He's very accurate with these mortars. Is he taking the Tiggleton role of potentially the best mortars in the game right now?
I don't know, man. I'll tell you, 04MB hit some pretty nasty ones on that Erangel game yesterday.
That's true.
These guys just across the board getting a lot more confident with the mortar in hand as anyone's Legend continue to do their donuts.
Just
they
pray.
Get Sololzi back up yet again.
Just drive in circles. Just please leave us alone. Yeah. We just want to stop for a second, guys. I mean, and it's just so nerve-wracking because it's just not stopping. It's mortar after mortar after mortar. And every time you're like, they've got to be out, right? This has been like 10. Couple of seconds to reload. There's another one. Couple of seconds after reload. There's some more.
And now the red zone's arrived. So it's just like, and that's the other problem is like if you stop like they stopped to get the res on Sololzi and lost one of their vehicles, right? Like it got blown up because there's so many teams that just can free fire ADR on us. You see 4 a.m. is just looking at them. So it's Crazy Raccoon. New Circle does pop, and we do have a few teams off to the north that have to find their way in. It'd be interesting to see what Twisted Minds does. I imagine they take their time. They slowly slow play this, as Xiaowu is going to be the leading man here for 17. The rest of the squad in the emergency pickup.
Okay, JDG, high ground advantage galore in this circle and a lot of control. Team Liquid just going to be down below them, kind of corralling everybody that's going to be appearing to the south. Curious to see where 17 is going to go for. If they opt into going all the way across the circle, will be the safest approach, but we've often seen 17 play this a bit more aggressive on their drop. If they think that they can spot an opportunity to land, they could go for it. They are going to scout out the entirety of the circle before they make the cut, so might be opting into that safer approach, but now it's going to have E-Arena right underneath of them.
They spot somewhere that they're wanting to go, and it might put them right in between Super and Team Liquid. This is going to be a bold landing. Is Super going to read it?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem for Super, isn't it? They were big, wide split over here on the eastern side, trying to make sure that nobody came on them. And this is the problem with E-pickups, is that you can get somebody drop right on top of your head when you're not expecting it. And good spray from Guman to take down Wembo, but Tian now is following it up.
He lands externally. He's going to be the guy. But, oh, E-Arena coming back third party this one. I don't know if 17's had enough chance to get all the information that they need. Wide push also coming out from Super other side of it. Tian's already reading it. Dropping a lot of smokes, just playing around cover blocks. He's going to roll right next to him. And nice. Good pickup. Tian just playing next level right now.
Tian is, I don't know what it is about 17. Like, he was doing good with his former team, but something about 17 has kind of unlocked a little something extra.
He's going to need
Tian here. But yeah, he's by himself now, unfortunately. Wembo and Lil Ghost both finished off as E-Arena, as he said, Opons and Larix gets sent down here. Pathapong and Nurin still stay behind to make sure that nobody wraps on him from the west. So Tian keeping that smoke wall going as long as he can, but he's only got one left.
He's got plenty of frag grenades, though. Going to throw one, use it to steal a vehicle, and get out. I love it. Okay, it's going to be enough, but guess what? Anyone's Legend making a wrap, trying to get away from what's been going on in the west, and all of those damn mortars are going to be running right into a pathing in front of Tian, and that's terrible. Mortars, though, got focused back over here to JDG, and that's why they're having the happy feet dancing around everywhere. Tian does get spotted. Destroys him.
Yeah, Anyone's Legend getting a little lucky there as they just have a retreating man in a porter slowly pedaling his way through. So good news for them as you see them have a spot here on the eastern side. Will they get a little circle luck? Of course not. It's going to go all the way towards the west, so they're going to have to get back on the move once again. And look at Virtus Pro. We saw Luca Rux sticking that emergency the revive beacon in Buxansa, and he got everybody back. And now, oh no, Virtus Pro is landing right on top of Anyone's Legend. Nope, they see it. They're dipping.
The crates.
I think the crates was the play, right?
Yeah, I mean, instead now it's going to be Kong
Nung.
And not much else that you can do. Beanie just kind of seeing if he can scout out for the rest of the squad that are coming into this very vulnerable. Wrap coming up from Twisted is actually going to lean more into the west. That's going to put them very close to Petrichor Road. Their own set of problems going to be happening. E-Arena should just be able to regroup as Anyone's Legend's going to have to deal with Super in front of them. Over into the north, it does look like 4 Angry Men are getting vision on the Twisted Minds rotate, and this very long rotate coming up from Twisted Minds actually going to put them in a gatekeeping spot. That's a big play from Twisted.
You see Beamy just pop the chute way high so that he can get a read on what's going on inside the circle right now, and unfortunately for him, all of it's bad. Twisted taking over that, and as you said, the Anyone's Legend position, and fortunately for them, most of the teams that were giving Anyone's Legend so many problems have left. 4 a.m. Still staying in their compound, but they've got other problems to deal with. They've got crazy raccoons kind of staring down at them as Petrichor Road getting a little bit close, and 04NB is on the mortar. He's trying to get the perfect distance dialed in. Well, something hanging above his head there.
Gets the pop. Does it take 1 or will it take 4? Let's find out. How good is the aim on it? I mean, you said he's been pretty accurate, just a bit off.
Just a bit off, yeah. Trying to get a... I think he's waiting to see if maybe Ming Ming or Chewy can give him a better read on distance here, but even then, I mean, if he hits one, it's just going to be lucky because they've got so much room to move around here.
And they also don't have the cleanest sight line on exactly where Twisted is set up in defense, right? Because there's a lot of cars already set up over here. Smokes are down. Vision isn't going to be the cleanest into this dip. You can see Petrichor Road, what they're looking at opposing side. There's a hillside. So this is mostly blind. The way it's set up is you're just trying to dial in, give a bit more information. So it's getting closer, but Twisted is playing the complete opposite side of the dip, so they're fine for now until Crazy Raccoon exploits all of that movement from the mortars.
Crazy Raccoon, they've been locked in on 4 a.m. They haven't been able to move. Like, both of these teams kind of gatekeeping each other from getting into the zone. As we see Chewy still surviving here against the onslaught from Vitality. And now 04MB was able to get back into the zone. He's still getting a little bit close. I don't know if he's got any offensive utility to send over towards Twisted Minds. Virtus Pro also has managed to stay alive.
Northeast getting a bit spicy over here as Anyone's Legend finding some friends in the supers as well as T1 high side of everybody's waiting for the circle. Just goes for a shot blind. See if he can connect. Anyone's Legends just trying to do salvage, trying to avoid the Team Liquid defensive line that was set up, being forced over here. Super still just playing it slow to the south. You can see that this is going to be VP back behind E-Arena, and E-Arena chunking some mortars at Team Liquid.
I don't think he has any ammo. He managed to wait this one out. Remember, Beamy was the guy, no ammo for him. But he's got, he was the one that popped his shoot super early so that he could get a better read on exactly where everything is. Well, the two guys that dropped in Kangnoon got spotted and taken down by T1. And Lucarux still alive somehow coming from the west. So VP in firm salvage mode here as Sololzi will find one. Oh, the Panther's going to miss. You hate to see that, Super. And Super gets taken down.
Okay, new set of targets in front of you, though, and that's going to be T1. They don't want to hold their position for too much longer, but they also don't want to assault the high side where JDG is going to be at. Back over to the west, you can see Twisted still dealing with Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon can't move due to 4 Angry Men. 4 Angry Men already doing a wide split setup, and they're trying to set around, trying to hold back every single one of those squads. That's going to be Crazy Raccoon and now going down. 4 Angry Men, though, still waiting. A new set of assaults. And Vitality also getting some vision, making this complicated as it's just everybody on the external section of this having to fight.
Yeah, Petrichor Road giving all types of problems here. Twisted Minds example, just trying to hide in the vehicle as long as he can. Nope, not going to happen. 04MB will collect that one, and that's 7 kills now for Petrichor Road as they are fighting their way in from salvage mode. 04MB get taken down by Shen Chewy. It looks like he'll survive a little bit longer, at least long enough to get close enough to start chucking some grenades over the top of this hill. That is going to be a 1v3 that he is pushing directly into. Actually, a 1v4. No, HSM is kind of far away.
It's slow. You know exactly where they're going to have to walk. But Lucarux is going to potentially get some vision on Chewy in a second if he goes for this. So solo v solo problems could mount for Chewy and make this even harder. Nade trying to cook it. If he's timed this right, he could potentially do it. But nope, everybody hopping in the vehicle, running out. Just the blind spray at the tail end. Chewy, though, does get Winda. And that's going to be hello, my bad. Now spotting out Chewy. Nowhere to go.
Oh my god, Vitality only has 2 kills, but it seems like they have been shooting at everybody on this western side. As you see Lucarux off in the distance, I think Chewy's just going to make a mad dash, try to get to the vehicle, see if he can get a little bit of cover with him. Beamy also doing his, hey, he's got ammo now. Good for him.
Enough crates around for them to find something with Team Liquid. That's a problem as E-Arena really wants to deal with them. This has been E-Arena going after them for a while, but Alo does get the knock onto Nurens. He's making it mean.
Yeah, remember Team Liquid, despite the fact that they're just down to 1, they did stop by and get that crate drop earlier. So Alo with that P90, I mean, we've seen what kind of disgusting things can happen when this P90 is in the hands of these players, as Beamy does get spotted out and flushed out by Path and Pong. But Alo now, the last player left alive. It's going to be rough for him trying to make his way in because E-Arena has nothing really to look at besides him.
Vitality. This is the vision that they have for days over here. Gedrox keeping an eye on E-Arena and their rotate. The other players are going to be playing the fortified compound. Lucarux going to be to the west. No real other assaults that they have to deal with. Maybe Chewy is solo. Anyone's Legend just sends it by JDG, trying to get up this hillside. There's tons of crates, but they don't want to take the bait onto that. Instead, there's the dip that they want to play for. JDG now switches their attention back over to T1, who has to make a wrap as well. Don't forget 4 Angry Men are also over here, but E-Arena Vitality gets vision on Anyone's Legend, and they are gone.
I mean, credit to them. It is crazy that Anyone's Legend was able to make it all the way into 9th. But Vitality doing exactly what they should be doing. They leave the compound. They start getting more aggressive, seeing if they can pick up a few more points here off of all these teams that are going to be fighting over on the eastern side. Now, you do have Lucarux still off to the west for Virtus Pro. I don't know how. Where has he been hiding these first days? But he is alive still. Halo will try to escape. E-Arena up to 7 kills after that big win. Nice spray from Nurens from range. They'll bring him up to 8.
Big potential climb coming up for Vitality or E-Arena. Just 2 points between them, but you can see Vitality in 12th right now. 44
Just a little bit of a pop-off can put them all the way up into 6th place. They just need to get some placements, some kills, and it's feeling like Vitality can find it. E-Arena down in the low side of this one, gonna find some comfort, while the high side of this is gonna get fully assaulted. 4 Angry Men one side, JDG in trouble, as now T1 on the other, and T1 has to make a push. There's nowhere to go. They look like they're just trying to wrap after JDG, but it's gonna be E-Arena now popping them as they're trying to get back up that hill.
It's just a tough spot for them to be in as JDG does get taken down. They had the Kingmaker position and they end up getting surrounded on all sides. 4 a.m. now, starting their attention over towards T1 is somehow, after leaving the city, they started to be a little bit more aggressive, got involved in these fights, but now 4 a.m. has the better position, you have to think, as the grenades start coming in. They are able to peek up over the side of this ridgeline. T1, though, they do have the vehicle for it.
4 Angry Men has an opportunity here at the bottom of the leaderboard, but no, Shin goes down. Just 2 players up. E-Arena coming up back behind T1. This could be a 3-way firefight, but looks like E-Arena doesn't want to push the hillside. Spaceman, oh, he's going to eat a Molotov. No. He's got to retreat from the angle, can't even get a retaliatory knock. And that means that 4 Angry Men are just hoping that E-Arena makes the push on a T1 and provides them a reprieve.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like T1, after they got that knock on the Shen, maybe should have made that push, knowing that they're getting pressed from behind by E-Arena, but Pong will get the knock on the T1's tight, as this is a full 3-way fight. Somehow, Luca Ruck's still in it. No more first aids left for him, but the Virtus Pro sneaky man, taking lessons from Bloomy. Spaceman, big spray, gets one. Ian, the last player left alive, and he's going to get spotted out. T1 gets taken down.
Vengeance is there as his 4 Angry Men come in with 3. They've got the opposing side of the hill that's pretty open. Vitality was trying to set up to see if they could get an angle on whoever wins this firefight, but it's going to be Vitality right on the edge of the circle. E-Arena and 4 Angry Men right on top of each other, but problems in the way of Lucarux behind Vitality. The climb has been going. Vitality now in 7th, E-Arena in 6th, and still more to climb. There is an opportunity, provided that Lucarux doesn't snatch it away.
This is insane work from Luca Rux. How has he managed to make it this deep? Top 4, considering he was the last player left alive. He stayed out in the blue forever to get his teammates back via blue chip. They come back, they get taken down because it's just too collapsed, and now he's still alive. He's still got 3 grenades, and he's gonna find a knock on the Gedrox.
This is big. It was only a point or 2 behind 17. VP might be able to find themselves at first. Finally, he goes down. Just narrowly missing more survival points. E-Arena wraps over. They hear that. They want to go after Vitality instead. They don't want to assault the high ground 4 Angry Men, and that is great for 4 Angry Men. Now they can choose to be the third party.
Just super unfortunate timing for Vitality, as that snake in the grass takes one away right as soon as E-Arena is arriving. So they had to turn their attention back towards the guy in the back, the Virtus Pro player, and weren't able to hold E-Arena back. So E-Arena gets this good position on this hillside, can now look down into the hardcover. Now Vitality still has the buildings to play around, and the smoke slowing things down. Oh my God, Nurens, right into Levante's face.
No
1
idea.
HP on him.
Wasn't expecting it, and now E-Arena, here comes the nades coming back. Hello, my bad, gets the knock on 1, but Vitality, it felt like they had control of low ground. Everything was working out in their way, and then it's just been a set of dominoes falling, making every problem bigger and bigger, and Pong makes it even worse.
Oh, my bad from the low side, but 4 a.m. is coming over here as well. Vitality does get taken down in the end, but E-Arena, 14 kills after getting the win in the last game. The snowball is officially rolling as HSM gets spotted out. Pong is going to take him down. Spaceman trying to make the push here as Shen holds the high ground.
Shen high ground, Spaceman, the guy that has been keeping 4 Angry Men active. Big plays coming out of both of these guys. Can they converge? It's presently a 2v2. Hillside, though, is going to be problematic. Is the ghillie suit enough to give them the second to get a shot or 2 more?
He actually gets
because
that
4
res.
Angry Men need it so bad.
The duo for E-Arena. 4 a.m. going for the gutsy res onto HSM. And they will stick it. So Opans has a beat on Shen, but Shen has a beat on him. But no, the FAMAS rings large. He gets 2. E-Arena, just like that, clutches out 2 victories in a row.
Arena, man, this is just bringing everybody down into their play. This is so clean. The way that they realized going after 4 Angry Men might be too risky. Instead, they run after Vitality, ruin their day, and then unrelentingly hold down the circle. Great plays coming up, and now we're going to be rejoined by Kalaris and Mark.
Yes, down into the Warren here, a back-to-back, dragging everyone down on in with them, giving them a cheeky nibble as well, as if they're a cheeky carrot. But that is the Arena boys getting themselves the victory again. I'm a bit shocked, Mark, honestly. I thought 4AM would be able to kind of third party in on that and shut it down a little earlier, but not to be the case.
Yeah, they threw the anchor out, especially during that fight with Vitality in the Arena. You'd expect them to kind of sweep over. They allowed them to get resettled, they refocused, they got the knock. Obviously Shen had to try and hold out the initial push, but the Arena, it was a cheeky nibble, but it's a back-to-back.
Well, I've got a question real quick then. We saw that 4 Angry Men had control over high ground and went for the res and surrendered a lot more movement to the Arena. Do you think it was the res that caused the problems for 4 Angry Men going after trying to keep the man advantage, or do you think it was just Arena's movement was too clean? What's your guys think?
Mark?
I think for me, I'm an aggressive player, so I think they should have carried on applying pressure. But I get why someone would go for a res in that position. But you've got Arena with their backs up against the blue, taking on a Vitality. At that point, you should be sort of stepping over and applying that level of pressure. But maybe it's just a bit more of my game style.
Well, I mean, if you piggyback off of that, Shen and Spaceman. That's all I need to say. There are two names that should be pushing and going for a victory like that, right? So, especially since Spaceman was able to take the MVP in PGS 1 and Shen is, well, the Tasmanian Devil, Shen. But Poro, this was Arena, the fact that they've been able to make Ace, not quite the Virtus Pro jump up, but an unbelievable jump up in just 2 games alone, speaks volumes.
I mean, it's massive, isn't it? Like 2 wins in a row, and then this one was 17 kills. I mean, it's these teams, man. They drive you absolutely crazy as an analyst, because you look at one game and you're just like, oh my god, like they're sticking everything, like they're playing super aggressive, they're winning their fights, and then you look at the next game and it's like they're hiding in a compound and getting crashed and wiped by a 3-man team. It's so weird to me how they're playing, but you know what? They're right back into it and well deserved.
Yeah, big stuff for them being able to pump on up. Let's take a look at the numbers that come in, because this is, last game was 16 points, but this is anything but a slow, steady game here for Arena. This is a blast. 27 go their way. Vitality, I did think Matrim was going to be able to have a good run of this one with that compound, but again, they get fully towards the end.
I think that they ended up jumping up to 6th or 7th, but I want to know how close it is at the top. 17 Gaming, just 2 points now. VP's climb, dude, has been absolutely insane. I don't have any other way to say it. It's just been nuts.
The Artemis rocket didn't lift off this quickly. This is
well played. Well played.
I do what I can. Topical. I like space. As we take a look at all the numbers coming in from these teams as well. 4 AM, speaking of space, Poro, I think Spaceman, they have been quiet, suffice to say, in this tournament so far. It's nice to see them towards a late game, but this is a 4 AM, this is a roster, but I don't want to see it 16th place. I want to see them in the top 5 at least.
Yeah, man, I'll be honest, that one might be the end for 4 AM for this tournament.
Okay.
Like they were in 16th place going into it. They were in a 3v2. They had a perfect opportunity to third party a fight to get the win and get that snowball rolling for themselves, and they end up getting just absolutely roasted by Arena. And that's a tilter. That's a tilter, especially when you know how poorly you've been doing and you need something to go your way, and to be that close to kind of righting the ship and just have it swept out from under you. That's really tough. If 4 AM can recover off of that, I'll be extremely impressed with that squad.
Yeah, considering how close they were to it, I think you're right. But man of the match, Opons, he came in, gave without taking, and he got himself 7 good old kills there, almost 666 damage for the man himself, which was 7 kills, 5 kills, and 5 kills. Lyric's getting nothing there for that mark. But Opons has been one of these sleeper picks. Whenever we were playing fantasy, he would always be kind of cheap, and he would always be popping up here and there, doing very well for himself, Opons.
It's always good for the points. I mean, you've got to give Arena kudos, like back-to-back, well played for them, able to dig themselves against the Rocks, against the Blue. And as they came in today, really low down the leaderboard. Now they're a contender, especially when we're kind of going to transition for a last game, and then we're going to move into tomorrow. They've put themselves in the right spot to try and take the final day. So I like what Ina are doing. Opon's doing the right thing. He's kind of carrying that team to a degree, but they are sharing the love. So I'm impressed. I'm really impressed.
I'm impressed by the results across the board today. It feels like two tectonic plates have rubbed up against one another and caused an earthquake, and suddenly everything's going awry. But anyway, that is it for game number 4 for the day. Game number 9 as a whole. We're going to break, and when we return, game 10, as we will be 2/3 of the way through the festivities here for the final.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Quizzy from Team Vitality. I was just startled at how tall you were. Well, good game. Considering the fact that you came in top 2, you're raking in all the points slow and steady. You started out as 13. You're currently sitting at 7. How's the day going for the team?
I mean, the day is going pretty good. We just had a pretty good talk yesterday, as we didn't play that well as we expected. So we had a pretty good team talk of how we should approach to the finals and not do the mistakes that we did. So basically we're just trying to get all the points that we can, and we are not even happy with this game because I think we could have won it, but we just kinda forgot about the VP guy. Actually, we remembered about him, but we didn't check the compound because we didn't think he can sit there, and that's what lost us again.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes things don't go your way, but hey, we still have more matches to go, and I hope that Team Vitality gets our last interview for the day. Thank you, Quizzy.
Hope so. Thank you.
Okay. Sheila, how was that?
So easy.
So easy? All right, next game for us. It's called Chegi-Chagi. Kipi-Yapi, if you're familiar with football, soccer. You have to kick that as many times as you possibly can. All right, please join us on the floor.
Yeah,
it's like you're dribbling. Oh, 4, 5. Was that 4? 4.
This try first.
If that was practice, they get to practice too. All right, 1, 2. Oh, 2. Okay, 2 from CC next.
Practice.
No, GG.
Is he doesn't understand? He's the
Nah, bro.
Since he's like targeting.
You all get practices. Okay, yeah. 1, 2.
Oh, Messi.
Okay. 1, 2.
1. That was
No. I don't think practice is really working for him. Okay, 1, 2.
Yeah, Vivo.
Okay, redo. Tie off. 1, go. Oh, 4. Luke, this is a do or die match.
Hey!
2, 4. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3.
Nice.
2. This game goes to S2G once again. It's a 2-0. Easy again? So easy? You sure? Okay, well, thank you for joining me, and we'll see you next time with more games.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
We've seen a lot together. just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zowie is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zowie strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zowie stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it.
A ginormous leap from Virtus Pro and eArena as they've been able to rocket up the leaderboards here in just a few games. And of course, you know what, Matchroom and Poro? Get out of here. I'm getting your thoughts later on because it looks like we're ready to go to Miramar already. So let's do it. Me and Mark Power going to bring you the final game of the day, and then maybe we'll talk to the Americans after, I guess.
Keep them at bay. You know they've been thinking of something really exciting to say and then just rejected by James.
Yeah.
Game number 10. It is a east down towards a southwest. Does favour the south side of the map. So Los Leones might be a focal point for similar teams. I'll be just to see where this zone goes.
For sure. I think, you know what? I'm feeling it for Virtus Pro. I feel the ginormous jump, not only from down in the doldrums all the way up to number 1 is going to happen, and it's going to happen with a circle having Los Leones somehow, some way in it, Mark. What do you think? Let's go the full hog. Let's go the whole way.
Full hog. Urban ending. Game 10.
Oh, yes.
Maybe Navi can dig something out of it then. Maybe get a rooftop because they've not done much today. Unfortunately for them, they have multiple games have been the first to fight and the first to fall. So normal drop zone for them. I think they need to keep themselves out of trouble early doors.
Yep, as said before with T1's drop around Monte Nuevo, Virtus Pro is also kind of employing a little bit of that as well, right? They're kind of dropping on those edges, getting the vehicles on board, driving them into Los Leones down the line, and then seeing where they can go from that. 17 is already shooting at Twisted Minds, dropping along against this, and it's not really favouring Los Leones this circle, as Xiao Wu and the boys realise we're not hitting too much there against Twisted Minds. In fact, we hit nothing looking at those health bars on the scoreboard as a whole. Twisted Minds is also a bit down in the doldrums now that I look at it. So we'd love to see a little bit of a bump up from the boys, but so far it looks like our hopes in EMEA are sitting squarely on the shoulders at the moment of the Virtus Pro lads.
Was that interview you did? You rejected Team Liquid.
The Team Liquid
you
interview,
brought
yeah.
in Corexy, and he was like, "Yeah, let's just get an interview out of him. We're off we go." Off we go with the zone though. It does go towards a west. It's going to be not too bad for Twisted Minds, but also really good for T1 because, as you say, they're going to be able to spread out and potentially claim some of that prio spot. Be intrigued, especially in the south side. A lot of teams have stacks on the south, so how do they rotate in? Who kind of takes that rotation path around that south coast? There's a few choke points for these teams. I also want to address Crazy Raccoons. Like, they've got this crazy 3-1 split in the middle of the zone. Like, do they go for a 2-2? Where will they end up?
Oh, El Diablo. I have,
and then Beamy. Oh, I love it. I love the transition.
and then Beamy, of course. Give him little horns underneath that interesting haircut, and then he would look like the devil. No, you don't think so?
Diablo Beamy. I like it. I love it, observers. Thank you very much.
Actually, I have a lucha mask. Can you believe that? I was given it during Heroes of the Storm days because they did like a wrestling event or whatever, and they have these lucha masks. Anyway, they made them physically and sent us them. So cool.
That's cool. That is cool. I'm expecting you now to come back from the break with it on. I'm not going to lie. So we have to wait and see. El Diablo Claris is here.
I think I have a picture somewhere. It might be on my Instagram. I'll try and find it for you to show you how ridiculous I truly look.
All right, so get some previous match highlights. It was good for VP. They were able to survive out again as a duo. Lucky enough for being able to find some loot. Unfortunate for Vitality. They could have done with a win. They have been one of these teams climbing that leaderboard. And for Arena, backs against the blue, able to dig deep and find another win. Back-to-backs for them.
Yeah, as I type in Instagram/Kalaris to find this picture. I'm happy to see that there is a bit of a rise up here from Team Liquid. As much as it is still just 12th place, of course, we're seeing them getting into later stages. For me, I'm just happy enough to see them in the final, right? Because it was not going their way in the previous two. And I had some harsh words for them, some harsh criticisms of like, okay, yeah, we can't consider them a favorite. And still, I still think that is a valid criticism right now. But they're here, they're playing it out, seeing if they can get to some late games.
One of the teams looking to try and get to a late game is going to be Twisted Minds. They have been kind of denied, I feel, actively tracked, especially on that Tego game. Rex trying to be the mountain goat. But unfortunately falling into his feet as they'll be following that sort of Twisted Minds approach in. But if you try once, you might as well try again.
May as well. Try and live to fight another day, seeing what you can get done here for the boys. Good old Rex. And now the storm comes along and you can't see anything. Okay.
There he goes. Tiny little hands. He's going to go back to the vehicle, drive around maybe. Twisted Minds not moved. And we are seeing that rotation path now coming from that south side. So a lot of teams opting not to go round, but to go through. And for Crazy Raccoons, they do give up that Chimicera and they play north from it, allowing VP in, allowing T5 in. The Arena are going round wide as 4 AM will follow them the same path in on that south side. For me, Team Liquid haven't quite got moving just yet, and especially for a team that has found centralized zone, and that's kind of where they found a lot of their points, especially in this midday. Oh, there you go. They've got an emergency pickup at least, so they're going to skyrocket, leapfrog a lot of these teams into late game.
Yep. I'm always a big fan of getting those e-pickups on early, especially if you're this far away. But of course, sometimes you delay it and you try and time it out.
I just see your photo.
You like that, do you?
Oh my god, production, get that on. That is insane. El Diablo, Claris. We should have that every time we come into Miramar.
If production wants to show it, I don't mind at all. But like, this is not really the focus of what we're talking about.
Go back to that picture. I love it.
How old is this? 2018. God damn, I'm old.
Jeez. Fair play. I think you pull it off. Right?
Thank you. I looked mean. There it is. They're going to now edit my face onto El Diablo.
Oh, if you come in a new patch, you get the new update.
Look, we're not supposed to have fun. This is a final. All right, stop. No fun allowed.
First time here. VP. That photo's tickled me, mate. VP rotating away, and here comes Team Liquid as they do leapfrog some of the teams. They'll be able to gain a lot of information, though, as they do come over the top of a lot of teams. They have an argument as well that they could stay quite late on this emergency pickup. The zone will be just about there, but it will be a bit of a roll of the dice, because if it does play back towards Los Leones, back to the southeast, it could be damaging for them.
Could be. I'm trying to think about what I want to talk about now. I've been a bit caught off guard by what a silly tangent that was. I'm so sorry, but yes, we're back on. Na'Vi. All right, let's talk about them. They're being rubbish right now, whereas they were cool in PGS 2, that's for sure. I think that at the same time, I think that they've really just not got much going for them in a lot of these games, right? It's been a lot of edge play. We saw as they got held off by JDG and Miramar, and if they hadn't have been held off in such a precarious spot there, they could have gone on and won the whole thing, coming in from where JDG was, where they had the victory as well, right? So I think Na'Vi's had some of those moments where they're like, we know that this is a good entry point, but unfortunately there's just too many teams ahead of us, and unfortunately they have choked us up too much.
Question for you though. Na'Vi, 15th place, 37 points. We've got obviously 6 games left. If they go on a big tangent, do you think they stand a chance, or is it just too little too late now.
Well, considering the fact that we watched Virtus Pro jump up in 3 games, considering the fact that we watched Arena jump up from what was like 30 points behind 4th, all the way up to 4th in basically 2 games, there is a world where it could happen, and Na'Vi made magic happen at the end of PGS 2. I'm not really counting anyone out yet, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a fair comment. A team that could make a comeback could be them. But again, it comes down to this kind of 15-match, 3-day finals. Just got to get those average points up. For whatever reason, something is not right with Na'Vi today, and they seem a bit unsettled. But again, they've been chasing zones. They've been in early fights. Teams have crashed in past them as they tried to rotate as well. So I think there's a bit of bad luck coming their way. But let's see what they can do. It's 4 AM. They make their way to Chumacera. T5 already here, but T5 splits, and the numbers will overload. The initial shots come out, but it's only telegraphing us to the position. Fluky has to back away. Molly will come out, as he does have to go now for the reposition.
He does. Pulls back a little bit to the safety of maybe some more reinforcements coming along, but at the same time a bit disjointed here, so that means that T5 will only have 2. So okay, getting out of dodge, I don't mind that at all here for 3rd on 5. In 11th place at the moment. Technically, even a win for them would jump them up onto what is effectively like 5th or 4th place. So that would be massive. But everyone knows that this is anything but done. And the Arena, well, our back-to-backs getting themselves.
That
is me. That is me. El Calarisor.
That's why we're on Miramar. This makes perfect sense. It's been your request.
Yeah, I mean, they asked if I was like, you can show if you want, I guess. I didn't know it was going to happen right now.
Oh, big GG's production. Absolutely love it. I can't get it out of my head. I can't get the fire out of my head. The zone shifts back. It doesn't go in the favour of Team Liquid now, as they're going to get shifted back the way they came. VP in a good position now. They do take some early shots. They get an early knock, but no confirmation.
It's a good job there's no other pictures of me wearing masks on the internet. Oh, wait, there is many. And many helmets and other things. We can make a compilation at one time, but anyway.
I love it.
It's going to have to be Curexy off the top rope in a moment, going up against Virtus Pro, giving them the old elbow drop or a 5-star frog splash, but I don't think that it's going to be too easy with Na'Vi also rocking up to this. This is getting chaotic.
Na'Vi, stop the early fighting. You need to get to late game. They've got one down. Spyro has been found with a grenade by Hell of My Bad. Ferris, though, with the M249, goes for the reposition. Takes the opportunity now just to get a painkiller in as the grenade comes over the top. That's not going to help because it's a 1-2 blow with him from the grenades. And Na'Vi falling apart at the seams as Hakatori, the final player. And lucky enough, finally nowhere near this fight.
Yeah, very much so. Go home tonight and get back to the drawing board, boys, because as you say, they're just rolling from fight to fight, and it is not working at the moment. Yeah, you might have had success in Picardo in PGS 2, but here so far, not the case. It will be 17 Gaming on the edges of Chumacera at the moment, who will be looking at the lion's share of the points so far. Plenty of extra little bits of loot in their boots at the moment too. They're getting set up for the late game, the long game, whereas Na'Vi certainly is not.
It's disappointing. It's disappointing because we know this is an all-star team, right? So it is going to be a reset. Day number 2 for them has not been great. They do have it in the tank to try and come back, and I think tomorrow will be really interesting and maybe telling to see what Na'Vi can bring to the table. At the moment, they're not fully out. They are down to a solo player, so they are in Picardo. As Team Liquid find vehicles, and they go for a safer rotation around that southwest corner. They will find pretty much open space between them and, unfortunately, the BRDM from the Arena that'll be in front of them.
Imagine if they get back to back to back off the back of the BRDM, because they could. Like, it's an extremely powerful tool to make work, and I guess pitching up on the edge of Chumacera, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think you could be like, in theory, a bit more mobile or in a bit more of a mobile location with a BRDM like that. But who knows, right? Who knows where the circle goes and who knows how they play it out. But if they get back to back to back, suddenly they're staring down the idea of winning this entire thing.
That'd be huge. That'd be huge for them. It would be huge. And again, it's kind of that rags to riches story, isn't it? They've worked their way up the leaderboards. And when it matters,
You say it's the triple points for the PGS, right? So that's going to be key for them. T1, on the other hand, is down. Ian finds a new position, more of a defensive line as we wait for 10 seconds now. The zone will give us the next location. And maybe it does play back down towards that Chimborazo. Those fields in the south side, very, very dangerous, very, very open. A lot of these teams will be praying for a northern shift, but it's not. It goes very much back to the east. There's lots of cover to be had. But more importantly, there's huge amounts of open space. Teams got mass migration.
Imagine if Na'Vi had won out the fight that they'd committed to, of course. It would be very, very beneficial indeed. So again, this is the same criticism I had of Na'Vi just before, right? They know exactly where they want to go and how they want to play it out. It's just they're arriving and there's teams ahead of them. They're arriving and there's teams hunkered down before them. But Vitality is going to be grouping up in the foothills whilst Dean Supers is going to be back filling that kind of position. Here goes Crazy Raccoon doing crazy things, spinning out in a crazy way, and now taking casualties in a crazy way. Unfortunate there as Nixie is able to take a freebie.
Yeah, and Beamy as well. Yo, he's going to be down. Nice tire pop from them, catching that rotation. They're in a good path. They've got to reposition their cars to keep them active, especially for later game. This is where this sort of desperate attempt for these teams coming in from the west, trying to find a new location, hoping, praying that there is space to be gained.
See what they can get, because Ranger X still with even more damage done. He's been great here for a third on 5, despite them being in 11th still. It feels like they've been perpetually in 11th for the entirety of the day, despite having some kills here and there. And Crazy Raccoon is just going to pitch up against the roadside, so it's going to work out for a little bit until nades. Oh, run away, run away, run away.
We know how good Team Vitality are. They've taken out and dispatched most of Na'Vi with utility. Crazy Raccoons pops a smoke glass, missing a tire. It's come grinding to a halt. The arena, hopefully not stuck in a bowl with the BRDM. I'll be cautious about maybe getting a bit of momentum before moving out. For now, we'll just stay and wait. Just hide out. Tick time down. E-Arena would like to have a compound. It's like a compound, but it's mobile.
Yeah, cool. And he slowly drives to the other cars, and then they all get out and get in those ones. Well, regardless, we'll see. Xiao Wu with a FAMAS, and Tian finishes it off as well against T1. As all of this movement was going on this west side. Not too much of a surprise here that some of these teams will be entering from this point, as T1 is winding their way down below the church. To see if they can find any spot that may work on out. At least they get to raining, so they only lose type on this exchange.
We've lost one. They're at the base of the mountain as well, so they should find some safety. Didn't take long for that to make social media, did it? Twisting minds, rotating their way in. They're coming slowly on the sort of south side. They have gone for a wider rotation round the outside edge. And will be found with Team Liquid in front of them. And anyone's Legend, I think also looking to try and find that same path in. I don't think they're fully aware that actually Twisted Minds is split. Example finds the first one now. They put up the cars and they find the second one with Lou. Nice 2 points, but they got a conversion and looks like Team Liquid making the steal.
No, definitely. Let's see if Twisted Minds can make a bit more of a meal out of this early game compared to the way we've ruined this early game with a picture of me.
We haven't. It's an enhancement.
Well, it is on social media now, so whatever. Purdy Curdy, though, going to be putting anyone's Legend back in the lobby. They're going to be scrolling social media at the moment because they'll have nothing more to do for this one. And looks like, I don't know here for this crash, as Myth is going to actually dash on fast. It looks like Virtus Pro's got this on lockdown. See if they can hit Baron in the sky.
Yeah, Baron in the sky. Nixie lost momentum, so he's got the line out, but it's not going to be the case. The Baron lives one more time. Good collapse from VP. They identified that actually there was going to be some danger coming in from that north side. Hella My Bad finds Heather. Nixie looks to find a new position to park his car.
Across the road, DN Supers, a good spot to be able to play this kind of thing from. And south of them in those foothills, actually, technically, a lot of teams can exist in that. Q with an M24. Okay. Against Petrichor Road is currently in the running, still towards the top with 68 points. So taking any scalps you can against them will work out nicely to slow them down. T1 is still trying to find salvage here, finding themselves the shack, but they're spreading themselves out. I guess they don't want to be too vulnerable. There's mortars on the way here, Mark.
Yeah, because they're right in the middle of the zone. I do worry about Team Vitality here. Can they juggle the amount of teams that are kind of encroaching on them on the outside edge? For now, they can on watch,
as T1 dances the dance in the sand. They stay alive at the moment. Team Liquid, it's a different story for them. They work their way on the south side. They're catching 17, who's not had, I suppose, as an impactful day as day number 1. It's opened the doors and the opportunities for teams to catch up, and for a VP, seeing Team Liquid take on 17, early game hit, they'd be loving that.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Team Liquid, okay, well, Tian is, okay, Tian's doing Tian things, never mind. There was a cool play here from Team Liquid up until they ran into the MVP
oh my God.
Of the lobby so far. 2 go down for Tian. Jeez Louise. And in the distance, you can see the other 17 members looking to rally to this cry.
Cry like a war baron.
Yeah.
Tian though, taking shots, gets one, flicks for the second though. 17 gaming, they refuse to go down and out. They've identified where the other 2 are. They get in the car, they try to escape, they hit the shack. Wembo has to reposition, and now they look back.
And let's see if this just goes all bad here. Tian charging up in there, goes for the underhand. They drive forward. Oh, a little scoot about here for Luke 12. As he realized that was going down, but it doesn't matter anyway. Team Liquid is out. I thought they were going to have the better of it here against 17, but it was anything but, because Tian opens things up once again.
Everyone sort of drawing their attention. You can see on the map feed that as soon as 17 hit the kill feed, everyone reading exactly where they were, and toward the west and towards the east, they encroach in. Twisted Minds getting a couple of knocks. I don't know if they know exactly how close Tian is. They are running the gauntlet. Team Vitality pretty much in the center of the zone at the moment. T1 having to find safety in whatever they can. And for the other side of the zone, fortunately for 4 angry men, they have to try and take on T5.
4 a.m. I don't know if this is going to work on out here, Mark. This is going to be difficult. Going up against the longhouse. Sorry, all of this compound as a whole. Not the longhouse, I should say, but still some smokes, slowing things down. They're in the middle of all of this, though. Vitality is sitting pretty. I think letting T1 alongside them is nice, but Virtus Pro doing a lot with this as well. Yes, on the other side of things, in a huge fight, but does go down to the fact that Curexi is balling out of control. Don't run him over, though.
That was a quick reaction as well. Zone shift. They identified where they can go. Again, the only option for them was to go aggressive. 4 a.m. It's going to be a different approach for them. They've used the smokes. They now come out the other side of it. They come out to the other side towards T5, who is already positioned up here. VP, if they get their reses on, there's a world that they can maybe wrap round. But for 4 a.m., they've got to finish this fight, and they've got to finish it quick.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, because they're going to get a shift on afterwards. You're right. Let's see. Let's see if they can do something about it. The 4 a.m. from PGS 1 would have been able to shut this down, I think. The 4 a.m. here in PGS 3, not so sure just now. Feels like they don't really have the wind behind their sails. Pardon the pun. And another nade is going to be charged up, but they're not on the top floor anymore. So they have repositioned the Winder. There was a lot of bluster about him in the first PGS, but it's looking a bit meek at the moment here, Mark.
Talking about looking meek, Hakatori went and got a BRDM. So
Okay,
he's in it. He's in it to win it now. Maybe not the kills we expect from Hakatori, but you got to respect the play. That was a find, a treasure trove, a needle in a haystack, maybe, but that's going to space. But it's not coming from space, man.
Yeah, this one won't be landing on the moon. Future projects will be landing on the moon. Not this one, though, for sure. As Shen is still just lurking around, waiting for somebody to peek on out. I guess they're okay with the idea that technically this is still in circle. There's been quite the shift their direction to be able to make this work on out. But from here on out, where are we going to be going? Because then all of those transitions are so hard if you've got a team ahead of you in church.
It's got to go heavy east again, right?
You'd think
Surely.
so.
Difficult for these teams in the west. If they hold on to some zone, it's going to be good. Doesn't quite go east, but it goes up towards the north. So that's going to put a complete stop to the 4 a.m. T5 push.
Completely northwest.
VP have a decision to go, right? Do they lurk behind? Can they sneak in before the blue? Or do they stay in the bowl underneath? If they stay in the bowl, they'll be expecting a late game, the BRDM. They're going to hear it moving in as well. And Hakatori just finding another position, center zone yet again, as he will just sit, watch, farm information. 0 kills, but he's got hope and a dream with a BRDM.
Yeah, let's see what happens, because Hakatori and defensive play doesn't strike me as a thing, you know? It's like, does not compute. What are we going to do here for Hakatori? But E-Arena, they are firing. They're computing. We've got a ton of damage going the way of Nans. He's on fire. That's a meltdown here for JDG at the moment. Zuze, they have to move on away from all of this. E-Arena, as much as they do have one knocked at the moment, they might be able to get him back up. It really depends on if Petrichor Road on that south side has a little bit of a peek on over against them.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I suppose, what point does Petrichor Road peek over? But that BRDM sort of came up and over the mound. So Suze backs away. E-Arena, with the winds in their sails, they're looking to try and get some more points on the board. They know where the final one is, and the final shot will come through. JDG, they're going to fall out now. 17 Gaming. Tiantan makes the push into the compound. Twisted Minds makes a secondary push in. They get the confirmation and they get the opening knock as well and towards Jedrox. Team Vitality on the hold, and Petrichor Road is a full center to base.
They're trying for it. They can exist down there for a little while, for sure. As Twisted Minds as well, making this push. A much needed push. Very important push for them. And Vitality's got to be a bit annoyed by these shifts as a whole. The fact that they were in such a good position here. Example takes the roofs. Doesn't quite have the success of Hakatori in PGS 2, but did start things off with a knock on Quizzy, and Hello My Bad trades back.
Yeah, he got the distraction with the one runner. Saw the second. Nade will go up. Double nade will go through the window. Don't know if he's going to get the confirmation that's required. They might try and get the opportunity for Monodoct to get their res back on. The call's not going to be the case. The blue zone is encroaching, so they have to get moving. Lou goes around the outside, but Rex is there. Lou will falls down to Monodoct to sub in as he's going to get himself over the wedge, but it's not going to go for too long. He gets caught out. Levante, Hello My Bad, will hold. And DNS Snoopers, well, they're now waiting and watching.
That was a surprise soup from out of nowhere. You ordered soup and didn't tell anyone? That's ridiculous, Vitality. But they came in for that third party to be able to shut things down. That was great from them. A really perfect angle and a perfect opportunity to be able to shut what was going on down on the east side. They've carved themselves out a little bit of room now here of DN Supers. Able to thrive in those kinds of moments, definitely, as they're looking against what is effectively a very busy church and church cliff area.
Yeah. Nixie getting the mortar fire off as well. So he moved away from the base of the tower. I like they've played across as well towards more of a north as well, stopping a wrap round from DN Snoopers. But the zone shifts back towards Na'Vi. Hakatori in the BRDM will be happy. DN Snoopers taking that position from T1 away. They obviously have to move in as well, but they have to keep an eye on that south side. They know Vitality's got a final player there, but it is phase 7. Numbers of meds are going to be counted.
Molly's on the way. Sorry, Molly's. Mortar on the way here. Imagine if you could put a Molly in a mortar.
That'd be insane.
Raining
fire down.
But Supers, they are dodging it. Not really being connecting with anything at the moment here. But once again, Mark, it does bear repeating. There is a world where Virtus Pro is still alive. Virtus Pro is going to claim number 1 in this lobby after what looked like a terrible start to this fight. It's insane what they've been able to do, but E-Arena is looking to contest it.
I'm with you there. I mean, that's the car swap. The car's going to explode. Whoop, get safety. E-Arena going to be there. More grenades will come over from Petrichor Road. Team Vitality, they do fall, but it comes from T5. They need to get off the high ground, but because that fight in the church hasn't finished, they're going to be caught, though, with the zone. The Arena applying pressure where they need to, and VP hold firm. Here comes that fight on the north side. As 4 a.m., it started and it ended with T5.
Yeah, that push was always going to be hard. We talked about it earlier. And for Pterodon 5, they get themselves a huge reward from that. Good stuff. 7 kills on the board. Moving up to 8th place at the moment. I said potentially living in 11th place. Not to be the case. Ranger X goes crazy on Curexi. That is a brilliant opening here up against this side. And they are shutting down the potential of Virtus Pro. Trying to take number 1. I say that, but they've already taken number 1 here. What from rags to riches we have seen here from Virtus Pro so far. But it might be over very soon with all of this firepower coming their way.
We'll take that today, though. This middle day, this transition day has all been about rags to riches. And VP from the bottom are now on the top. Down to a final player. Nixie gets found here by DM. Grenades come over the ridge line. And for T5, looking and trying to find that flush, trying to find another point. 8 kills on the board for them so far in this final matchup. But the zone is pushing them out, and they have to get off the high ground.
Still, DN Supers looking across the way. They do have such a potentially strong play from this east side. I hate this angle. That's awful. That's disgusting, though, from Crazy Raccoon, from Iononyx. Hate that. Stop this. This is
amazing.
Awful. No, stop.
Underneath the front bumper. I love it. That's a go-to play. I think he passed that down perfectly.
Yeah. Look at him trying to shoot his toes out as well. I bet he's one of those feet people.
We're stopped there. We're not going down that rabbit hole. E-Arena are still alive and they're underneath. They can take it on.
Down the Warren.
Let's continue as CR Crazy Raccoons. They're running the edge of zone. For VP, they got caught, I suppose, with T5 clearing that fight with 4am, allowed them to kind of look over. And for VP, they were waiting, watching and praying. That fight maybe took a little bit more time than expected. Na'Vi storing it to win it. The RDM fight maybe at the end. As Luke Rux will deploy the cover. He needs to get shifting himself.
I wouldn't mind those spread out a little more, if I'm honest. The reason is because the first deployable cover that falls, it will fall directly on the flare, and then the other one is kind of random around that one. So those are going to be almost identical on spot from one another. So it's not giving you many transition points.
Free kill.
But, hello. All right, okay. Well, he's now confused. And where did that come from?
We've seen boats. Now we're seeing flying knock bodies. Look, anything you can do to try and take out VP is the case. Kill another one. He's still alive. Fluky will go down towards zone as well. They left it a little bit too late. And for down at 5, no points gained from VP. But Luke Ruggs is there. Good blue zone. It's going to cause some damage. They have to try and charge his way forward. They know roughly to go around the outside. Oh, they missed him. Handbrake turn. Luke Ruggs still alive. Still deploying cover where he can.
Kind of important, actually. I mean, technically, if E-Arena takes this, they could continue this game on and potentially get themselves first place as well. They're going to need a few more kills off the back of it as well, some placement. But Luke Ruggs is going to be healing himself. A little bit of a spray through these smokes as well. DN Supers is down on the other side. Crazy Raccoon completely dislodges them. And Hakatori's still alive with a BRDM, by the way.
And some kills now.
It's huge.
It's going to be a BRDM off. Head-to-head.
Destruction
Derby style.
Robot Wars.
Robot Wars. We can say that Martin's not here. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He still doesn't know. We've told him many times.
VP full, but they are top. It's down to our top 3. It's 3 versus 2 versus 1. Crazy Raccoons, the only ones without the BRDM, as they will dance the final dance on the docks here for match 10.
Run away. It's 2 BRDMs.
Don't look, kids.
Yes, the BRDM's in their natural habitat. What happens when 2 come together?
Well, there seems to be a stronger one than the other. Hakatori will fall. He's gone to waste. E-Arena again in the top 4. They're looking to go back to back to back, but Iononyx says no. Hakatori sideswiped, done dirty by his BRDM, but he salvaged something from this game. It's a 3 versus 1 now, as they're going to go for a full send into the blue. I'm sure they're going to deny. It looks like, yeah, Crazy Raccoons take the swipe. It wasn't a match 3 as we predicted. It's full memes, and it's a win for them in match 10.
This was yet again another match 6, match 5 feel for this one as we bring Matron and Porosaurus back on. I guess the question is pretty much answered. What's stronger than the White Rabbit in its warren? It's the Raccoon in the trash can, Poro. They get themselves the victory in the very end.
Look, I know I said that other game was silly.
Yeah.
I think this one might have taken the crown there.
I think we didn't help either, to be perfectly frank.
Yeah, I mean, we started off with seeing James in a lucha mask, and we ended off seeing Hakatori get run over by his own dead BRDM. just slide walking, cha-cha sliding across the map.
Like, tell me that's not apropos, though.
I mean, it's like he got hoisted by his own petard there. But, hey, big win for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, well, sometimes you've got to have a clown fiesta. Sometimes you just got to throw it all against the wall and see what sticks. Crazy Raccoon does it. Apparently, we as the commentators do it as well, Mark. But Matrim, looking at how that plays out, I actually expected DN Supers to be able to control that east side very effectively. But Crazy Raccoon came in and just murdered them.
Glaz did. Glaz just destroyed them. I was sitting there talking with Poro on the outside of this. I was like, oh, this has got to be Super's game, right? Because As long as they can get enough kills, this will also get them into a good position on the leaderboard for maybe trying to strike up and get that first place position tomorrow, as long as they start the momentum here. And then Supers just imploded as Crazy Raccoon. They win fights that you think that they should lose, and then they lose fights that you think that they should win. It's just, I can't figure this squad out, so they live up to their name. They just crazy, man. They do whatever they want.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I mean, Mark, what do we talk about in this game? Because I've lost my mind.
Luchadors.
I don't know where to start. Like, El Diablo Claris, the BRDM, the salvation from Na'Vi. It looked like another game that they were going to fall out early. Hakatori went back to Picardo, found themselves a BRDM, found themselves in. I think this mid-game was really interesting for me. 17 Gaming got involved with a fight with Team Liquid. Team Liquid looked like to have the upper hand. They survive. But it was the other teams around him. It was kind of that play-in from that Twisted Minds. It was a play-in from Petrichor Road. They were refusing. They were refusing to let 17 Gaming in. And that's kind of been their day. 17 Gaming unable to get momentum they had from day number 1. Day 2, we've seen rags to riches from VP and teams work their way up the leaderboards.
Oh, this is as much as it's a very serious game, a very serious moment, and such impressive recoveries from some of these teams throughout the day. This has been one of the games of the ages for me in terms of commentary. It's definitely been a game. But Poro, let's actually talk about the true insane recoveries, because as much as Crazy Raccoon's been able to put themselves on board, speaking about the entire day here, Virtus Pro and E-Arena, what a glow up. 14 points from E-Arena here. Virtus Pro got themselves 9 points as well. So those two have not let off the gas pedal today.
Yeah, it's been massive, and you know, it kind of goes along with the fall off from squads that had a big day 1. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon weren't doing too hot coming into this last game, but that 18 points will go a long way towards putting them back into relevancy. But yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the whole thing, obviously we'll get to the overall leaderboard here shortly. But 5 games left to play. It feels like we still got about 4, maybe 5 teams that still have a pretty good shot at taking that first spot, considering the fact that having back-to-back good days has proven to be so hard for these guys.
Sorry, where did Virtus Pro start today? Where was it? Like 12, 13? Where were they?
Like, actually, they're 13.
Yeah.
Okay.
13,
down there.
12.
Well,
12.
This
12.
is,
You're right, 12.
This is a Na'Vi-like step up. A meteoric rise from them into number 1 after Matrin. We came in today, 2 Chinese teams at the top. Korea was on their tail as well. And I didn't know if anybody was going to be able to join the Chinese teams, but look at what has happened.
I mean, VP just absolutely popping off. E-Arena, like you're talking about finding stuff. Vitality also on a big climb of their own. Finding just, 9 kills inside that last game? No placement points? Vitality is playing this brutal, and it's really hard. If they can find placement points, that's going to be a different team. But VP is definitely, I guess, I don't know how to describe it. It's just meteoric the way that they managed to find this, because it is just, they felt lost during the weeks before this.
Yes, it's kind of wild. Oh, Levante is here. Hey, Levante, we like Levante. But you know what? It looks like Pathompong was able to do a significant amount of damage. Good old Pathompong. And with alongside Glass as well here, Poro, as they've had a huge effect on this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, these are, you can still look at Virtus Pro, Vitality, E-Arena. These are teams that were coming in today in 12th, 13th, and 14th respectively, and now they're all sitting in the top 5. It's insane, honestly. And to be fair, Crazy Raccoon, like, they really needed this game. Like, really needed this. Like, they came into today in 3rd place overall, and it was just free fall all day long. And then this 18 points will put them right back in the mix.
Good to see Iononyx as always back. I keep repeating it day in, day out. The fact that he's basically a living legend of PUBG. We don't get to see him. And Levante, though, a new rising living legend of PUBG, takes man of the match for Vitality. From the compound that they had, Mark, I thought maybe they were going to get a bit more done with this, but this game was anything but normal, so I can forgive them.
And it was the overload on the south side, right? How many teams sort of playing in the south? They had obviously that crash coming from 17, and then you had obviously Twisted Minds crashing as well. It was a good play. It just wasn't going to hold out at the very end. So they got enough points. I think actually, arguably, yes, they've not got a win, but their consistency has been pretty strong.
All right, well, let's head down to Bella, who's with the arena.
Post-match interview of day 2 here at PGS 3 Grand Finals. I'm joined on the stage with E-Arena's Opons, Wani, King Maka opens. All right, well, great day for E-Arena. 2 chickens in the bag, and you have definitely earned your spot. Tell me, how does the overall day, how has it been like for you? Such a spectacular day.
วันนี้ภาพรวมของเกมเป็นยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็วันนี้เราพยายามเข้าวงแล้วก็มั่นใจครับก็กล้าเล่นประมาณนี้
오늘 좀 자신 있게 들어가려고 해서 초반에 시작 잘했던 것 같아요.
I think we were really confident and we started the day on the right foot and it snowballed in a positive way for us. Yeah, I mean, it looked like the team was having a great synergy. It looked like the comms were working. And I wanted to ask you, because we never got to hear it from your side, what the team energy has been like when Patapong joined and this is like a relatively new roster.
หลังจากที่ปฐมพงษ์ได้เข้าร่วมกับทีมรู้สึกว่ามีการเปลี่ยนแปลงยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็มีการปรับเปลี่ยนก็คืออาจจะต้องฝึกกันหนักครับก็มีความเข้าใจกันนะครับพยายามมั่นใจกันก็คือเชื่อใจกันนะครับ
서로 믿고 많이 연습해보고 그렇게 노력하고 있습니다.
Well, the amount of hours that we put in really enables us to trust each other, and it really also translates and carries over into the games and the hours that we've been putting in. Well, it sounds like it's definitely working, right? So this is day 2. You end the day as 3rd. You started out as 14th today, right? We have 5 more matches to go. You're currently at 3rd. How far up do you want to go? How confident are you in securing that?
ตอนแรกเราอยู่ในอันดับ 14 ตอนนี้ขึ้นมาอันดับ 3 แล้วยังเหลืออีก 5 แมตช์คิดว่าเราจะไปได้ถึงตรงไหนคะ
ก็มองไปที่แชมป์ครับเราคิดว่าเรามาขนาดนี้เรามีโอกาสทำได้ครับก็อยากทำให้ได้ครับ
여기까지 왔는데 우승까지 생각하고 있습니다.
I mean, we are already more than halfway up there, so might as well take the championship title. All right, Kukunkao Pons, thank you. Well, that is all for us on the stage for the post-match interview. We'll be back with more tomorrow. And this is all from me. Say bye.
I feel like the only thing missing from Bella's attire is a lucha mask. She'd look with that dress, you know, a lucha mask. God, it would be such a good look. But thank you very much, of course, as we hear from E-Arena here for the end of the day. And it does bear repeating, from 14th to 3rd, Matrim. That is bonkers.
It's just been a massive come up. Day 1 teams a lot more quiet. Day 2 teams popping off momentum galore, but can they replicate? Of course, no surprise. Tian, dude, he's just next level right now. You can't fault anything that he's doing.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be knocking him off the perch, regardless of if they win the tournament or not here, unless something insane happens tomorrow. Poro, I think Tian's walking away with his MVP. He's just constantly there.
It would honestly take them just having a huge fall off tomorrow, which I don't really see happening. I feel like if they were going to have a fall off, today was kind of their fall off where they only got 30 something points, but that's still nuts. Like they like, we obviously for good reason talking about Virtus Pro and E-Arena, but 17, that's 2 back-to-back games and they're still 2 points away from the top spot. Meanwhile, we saw other teams just free falling today. Brutal stuff.
Yep. And tomorrow we round it out. Just 5 more games remaining to determine who is going to become our champion. And if you've asked me at the end of day 1, I'd have been like, I know where this is going to be headed. I know that the East is going to be taking this one. But Mark, now, after day 2, it's anything but. It's an exciting time for what is going to be day number 3.
Yeah, all eyes for me is going to be on VP. Can they hold it? They've done a really good day 2. They've recovered from day 1. They've obviously learned some lessons. What can they do in basically the final 5 maps? I'll be intriguing to see. And then we've got everyone else sort of nipping up their heels. E-Arena, if they can continue that momentum. Team Vitality could potentially grind this leaderboard as well. So it's going to be interesting, especially tomorrow as the final 5 games unfold.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, final thoughts. Matchroom, we'll hear from you to start things off.
I mean, I'm loving what VP is bringing. 17. Bring it back. I want a competition tomorrow, and that means that you got to rise up. You got to get some points.
Oro?
Yeah, I think the Virtus Pro squad that we saw today is much closer to where they actually are at in terms of skill as a team than we've seen before. And the same with 17. I think 17 had a little bit of a fall off today. So if both of those teams come tomorrow playing their best, it's going to be shootout all the way till the very last game.
Mr. Mark?
Yeah, I echo the chamber. I was interested to see maybe we can bring one more team to the fold, and if that team's the arena, we have a three-way battle at the end, and that's what you want for the final day. So basically bring it on.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to everybody else tuning in around the world, and thank you to production as well for having a good old time with us here for day number 2 of PGS3. Tomorrow we are back, same place, same time, to see which team can leg drop from the top rope and claim the ultimate prize here for the circuit final. We'll see you then.
LDR.
We all chase that.